You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Die sombren zelten meg, et zu te saluda, antes hum niga, radzaudzan malak estrezas, durante todo em a nogi distancia, gumugupugi palu, zaniman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanni bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi tamoru pu nota kantai matu na nyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abi país la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abi país la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Boy, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it. Boy, I'll be
want it? You want a sunny side up? Or you want a crispy bottom? Let's go. You guys ready? Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
It's Friday. Business. Whoa, Friday. Good morning, Jason.
Half a day. Good morning, everybody.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Guam. Watching from Oceanside, California. That's Melissa Manabusan Flores. Good morning on you.
Good morning to everybody in the CNMI.
Good morning to everybody watching, specifically Damian Breton out in Okinawa, Japan.
How about Chamarita Regis watching from the hills of Sinanya, Sin City in the house.
Half a day to my family in Las Vegas.
Half a day to all my family down in Molesso. Clarissa Uga Nengalta writes half a day from Molesso. Kool-Aid Love writes, I love what Bree is wearing today.
Yay. What is that
you.
exactly?
It's a shirt.
Yeah, it's a
All
shirt,
right.
guys. Yeah, okay.
And that was our new fashion segment right there.
Right on. Fairfield, California, we got Gregorio Perez Torres chiming in on our Facebook Live. Tatuha with Melanie Untalan. Good morning, Tatuha.
Half a day and good morning to our dear friend Debbie Davis in Bardstown, Kentucky, who we are going to have on the show one of these days. Maybe making that wonderful pancake recipe she shared with us the other day. Hopefully.
Good morning to Jay in Amman, Jordan. Wow, where's Amman?
Wow, that's not...
United Arab Emirates?
Yeah.
Middle East. Yeah.
And the UAE.
There you go.
Good
You
morning.
down with UAE?
Yeah, I am actually.
You know me.
Malolo, good morning, Malolo. Good morning to the BMS Roadrunners in the house.
I need to pull this.
Good morning, Janice Rose to Posnia Cruz, half a day from Norfolk, Virginia. Wow.
Half a day and good morning to all of my fellow Tritons if you are enrolled at UOG right now.
And good morning from Quarantine, Maggie Monroe Anderson. Good morning on you. Dedito in the house. Ken Guerrero writes in, good morning, KUAM. Good morning, Guam.
Hey, Ken.
Good morning, Santa Rita.
Good morning, Umatic.
Half a day and good morning to Jotnya.
Good morning, Epan. Good morning, God's country, Talafofo.
Good morning, Agate.
Agate.
Half a day and good morning. If you have shopao for breakfast, okay, where do you guys stand on like shopao? Are you team chicken, team beef, or team pork?
I actually don't really care for Shupo.
You don't like shopao? Okay, Joe Sir said team red egg, which I guess is like
Right,
our
yeah.
fourth- you're not a shopao guy, Chris. That's surprising.
I don't like it when it's okay. I like the one that's been in the heater for like a month and everything is dry. I don't like it when you open your Shupo and you get out all the kadu and it's greasy and there's an egg in there.
Okay. What?
Ooh, I love the one from Joanne.
That's the one Joe Sir
Bakery.
likes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's
Yeah,
so
that's the one I
good.
don't like. But
Oh,
they have
I
other
really
things
like
that are
that.
good.
Okay, I've tried shopao with shredded chicken, and that is amazing. That's divine.
Lena Marie Kanata writes in Port Strong. Also, good morning to Agania Heights, Agania, Adaloop, MTM. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody at GMH.
Good morning, everybody at GRMC.
Half a day and good morning to the country's fastest growing city, Houston, Texas. Don't mess with Texas.
We also have half a day from Vancouver, Washington. Juliana R. Moore writes in, good morning on you. Joanne's Bakery says, good morning. Matcha now. We got Gene Camacho checking in. Good morning.
Okay, a good friend of ours, Angelo Andres says, wake up, JFK Islanders. I've known Angelo since high school. That's a old Green Machine volleyball team. Team McKean and Betty.
Half a day in Alahan.
Hafide Guam Crispin De Leon Guerrero writes in, Hafide Guam love from the Northern Marianas.
Hey, Joey Franquez from Barragata Heights. Hey, great view.
Jay Sevilla has a special shout out to his wife who is in quarantine.
All right. Stay strong.
And congratulations to those who were released from quarantine.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that, I'm sure. a
Yeah,
lot.
we are. Also, good morning, Mila, coming from Jay again. And Barragata, good morning. Good morning from Cruz Heights in Ipan Talafolpo. Happy Friday and stay safe.
Okay, got a double shot for you guys. We have got... Oh, where'd she go? Okay, Juliana Moore. She's saying half a day from Vancouver, Washington. I'm also going to add in there half a day from maybe about 100 miles up. Also, Vancouver, Canada.
Yeah, and I want to say half a day from Canada, Barragata.
Yeah.
Half a day to Ricardo Underwood in D.C.
All right.
Is that about it? Half a day. Dedito, I said that. Estumbo Fire Station. John Anthony B. Munya.
Okay. Half a day to families in Las Vegas and in Oceanside. Oceanside. Good
Right
morning.
on.
Hello to you, Lynn in Amelia Island, Florida.
All right, my sister and my brother are in Florida. Good morning.
Okay, half a day to all of our friends. If you have Guam roots, but you are now living in the Florida Keys, way down there. Have you guys ever been out to the Keys?
No.
It's a heck of a drive.
Araceli Amores Babauta writes, good morning from the Babauta Familia, and there's even an emoji fist bump in there. Marcy Flores comments, hey, Chris, make my day. I'm going to try and make all your days today. We have a big show for you guys. And we're going to cut out. I got to leave right at 10 because I got a tattoo appointment. But I can only get 25% of a tattoo, apparently. I'm still trying to figure it out, guys. Still trying to figure out all the announcements that came out yesterday.
I think we all are trying to sort through it. So.
Okay.
Let me just run through who's going to be on the show first. We'll just start there, guys. We got the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group for the governor, Dr. Hoa Wen. We've also got at 7:20, we'll do our public health with Annette Uggan, the public health contact tracing lead, and Dr. Ann Pobudsky, the territorial epidemiologist. Lillian Posadas, hospital administrator, will give us our GMH update. 8:40, someone we didn't see. It's kind of weird that you can go get 25% of a tattoo, but you can't work out at the gym. So we're going to have a bunch of our friends in the gym community because, take a look at these guns. I know the gym dudes. So we're going to hear from Bridge Fitness, Carlson Gracie. I think we're getting Steel Athletics, too, and Custom Fitness. 9 o'clock, we'll catch up with Peggy Denny and iRecycle. And I know that there was a bunch of stuff they were doing during the pandemic. And so I like Peggy. And we'll talk with her. 9:15. More businesses are being allowed to open, which means more people are going to be going to work, which means more people are going to be needing childcare, which is not open. So you can go give your dog a haircut. You can give your dog a skin-tight fade, but nobody can watch your kid. So we're going to be talking with some daycares this morning at 9:15. Also, we'll give you a sneak peek of our One Micronesia podcast with Victorious Falan, and then we close out the show, Soup for Breakfast.
Right, it's a new segment that we've got. It's called Curbside to Crib.
All right.
And
That's a cool name.
Yeah. Isn't it, though?
Gee, I wonder who came up with that.
So
Let
we're
me
just
see
kind
it.
of featuring some of the businesses out there that do the curbside delivery, curbside pickup, excuse me. And so we have Bantai coming on. They reached out, and so we're like, hey, let's go ahead and do this. And we're going to feature their soup cart. Something like
Yeah, and I actually did a segment on this back before the COVID when you could actually go into a restaurant without looking like an alien or an astronaut and eat. And so it's really cool. They got all these different options, and I'm really happy to see how they, and a lot of businesses, and we talked about this yesterday, kind of evolve and adapt and morph in around all the restrictions and find ways to make that money and to get you some pretty good soup while we're at it. So excited for that. It's 6:28. Yes, Jay?
Okay, speaking of food, real quick, we have a real good comment from Melanie Untalan who says, on the Chopin note, she goes, Joanne's Bakery has excellent Chopin. I absolutely agree. And from the geography world, our good friend Sean Gumatauta, longtime colleague of ours and forever a member of the KUM family, goes, hey guys, Jordan is actually in Western Asia. It borders Saudi Arabia, Syria, and Israel. The United Arab Emirates and Jordan are actually quite far from each other.
Yeah,
so
thanks, Jay. Sean, I just got to say that was Jay. Jay came in here. He's like, oh, it's the UAE. And
I totally whiffed on that one.
I'm sorry. I trusted the media.
So Sean was a longtime broadcaster. He's a very good sports guy. He majored in psychology, and his geography game is strong.
Way stronger than yours.
Yeah.
Okay, 6:29. This whole thing is brought to you by People Sponsor this. Get on board. What are you waiting for? First Hawaiian Bank.
That's a sales pitch.
IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and our friends at the Thrive Coalition, where we're thriving. We are thriving on this Friday. The Thrive Coalition. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Come on and thrive with us. at 6:30, Friday, the 25th day of September. Where is this year going?
I know it's September. I saw this thing online or on Instagram. It was like January, February, March, quarantine, December.
Yeah. Pretty much, man. It's it is what it is, okay? So, yeah, there's definitely a lot to unpack on this morning's show. We're going to try and sort through all the new easings of restrictions that came down. There's definitely a lot to sort through, so let's get right into it at 6:30 with the latest headlines from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, good morning.
Day, everybody. We start first with the latest numbers out of the Joint Information Center. Out of 436 tests that were ran yesterday, 28 returned positive. Guam's total COVID case count is 2,263 with 38 deaths. 657 cases are in active isolation, and more than 1,500 people are recovering. There's been one additional employee from the Guam Department of Education that has tested positive for COVID-19 from Daniel L. Perez Elementary School in Jigo. Additionally, 2 GPD police officers also tested positive. They were assigned to a specialized unit over at GPD. And with more news, here is Jason Salas.
Good morning, everyone. Here's what's happening today. In a highly anticipated Thursday press conference, the governor announced easing some restrictions to allow more businesses to open, yet Guam remains in pandemic condition of readiness 1, and a safer at home advisory remains in effect.
In explaining her decision, the governor noted that the case positivity rate is gradually on the decline, as is the COVID hospital census, which gave her comfort enough to announce the relaxation of some restrictions beginning Friday at high noon.
Retail stores and personal care such as hair, nails, tattoo shops, and pet grooming may operate at 25% capacity. In-restaurant dining is still prohibited, but outdoor dining will be allowed. Outdoor dining is restricted to those in the same household, only with a maximum of 6 people, and there must be a minimum of 6 feet distance between each table. Solitary and non-contact sports and sport facilities such as firing ranges, individual water sports and water sports services, scuba diving, golf, and tennis will be permitted.
The governor also said general office work and other services may resume, but face-to-face contact is by appointment only and no congregating allowed in waiting rooms. But that still leaves many other businesses closed, and they're voicing their dissatisfaction with protests in front of ADLUP and lawsuits in federal court claiming the shutdowns are unconstitutional.
I'm very sensitive to the health of our economy and to the health of our people, and the balance that has to come forward to protect both the health of our people and to start bringing back our economy, because of course our people's livelihood is just as important.
That's something she said before, though, and likely offers little comfort to protesters. But ADLUP is working on it, as the governor says the data is being reviewed constantly.
My recovery panel of advisors and the physician advisory group are currently working on a timeline for the phased-in reopening of Guam.
No specific time frame, though, of when that will be. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
During the event, Leon Guerrero also announced changes to quarantine effective at noon on Saturday, with all incoming travelers being quarantined in a government quarantine facility. Now on day 6, they will be administered a test, and upon receiving a negative test result, they will be allowed to continue quarantine at home. Well, you have to say your goodbyes in the parking lot for now, as effective Monday, only passengers, staffers on duty, and those with authorized business will be allowed entry into the airport.
Airport Executive Manager John Kinata says all who enter will have their temperatures checked. Departing passengers who register above normal readings will be directed to a secondary inspection station where medical personnel will conduct a further assessment.
The airlines will be made aware that we have a passenger that is exceeding 100.4 on their temperature reading. Of course, the airline, if they get to that point, they're not going to allow that passenger to board their aircraft.
Likewise, any employee, vendor, or contract worker will also be denied entry to the terminal. Kinata says access will also be limited to just 2 entry points, the basement level entrance from the public parking lot and the ground level ticket lobby doors located on the west end as you first drive up.
Once the traffic starts picking up, we will adjust and we will have more entry control points at the departure areas and the arrivals area.
The new access control procedures will remain in place until there's a return to PCOR 3 or possibly PCOR 2. It also follows recent reported infections of local and federal government employees at the airport.
We have folks that, airport employees that have tested positive. We have Customs and Border Protection folks that have tested positive. We also have TSA agents that have tested positive. So definitely, this COVID is not discriminatory on where you work at.
Kinata says next week will be a soft rollout. He says strict enforcement will begin October 3rd. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. More on the Quarantine Chronicles and confusion out of the Superior Court as travelers continue to petition the court to set them free. Quote, I'm sorry, but public health is not doing their job correctly and not informing people of their rights. So I am sending a legal advisor to inform these people, unquote. Those were the words from Judge Elise Iriarte after hearing testimony from both sides. The judge began yesterday's hearing by calling in public defender Stephen Hattori and ordering that he now be present during the processing of incoming passengers intended for the mandatory 14-day quarantine in a GovGuam facility. As reported, several passengers have come forward to filing petitions against the public health policy, alleging it violates civil liberties. Before issuing her opinion on the latest petitions, Judge Iriarte heard arguments on what she called a, quote, pervasive issue that's apparent in each case, whether or not it's reasonably necessary to continue the mandatory GovGuam facility quarantine. The court stating procedures have not been adequate to understand if it was voluntary or involuntary without being given their rights. The court meanwhile ruled on MMA fighter Trevin Jones' petition granting his release to home quarantine. Judge Iriarte stating the government did not procure his government quarantine and did not comply with the law to provide a directive prior to his quarantine. Meanwhile, public defender Stephen Hattori is calling all September 12th travelers and notifying them they may be released early from the mandatory 14-day quarantine in a GovGuam facility. This decision came out late last night as a court ruled against the government's petition for the written directive authorizing the requirement. As reported 2 weeks ago in petitioner Eugene Egros' case, the court ordered the government file a written directive, which they failed to do so since April. Judge Iriarte denied the government's petition because the respondents did not file in time. Additionally, after hearing a testimony yesterday from Dr. Felix Cabrera, it was determined these passengers no longer pose a threat, as CDC guidelines recommend a 10-day isolation period. According to Hattori, the passengers being released are not subjected to home quarantine. The petition hearings continue at 10 o'clock this morning. In national news, the anger over grand jury's decision in the Breonna Taylor case has left 2 Louisville police officers in the hospital. They were shot last night during protests after 2 officers involved in Taylor's death were not charged. The shootings marred what had been a largely peaceful demonstrations in a city where a state of emergency was declared in advance. Correspondent Jerica Duncan reports.
Officer down, right there. Officer down. It was a frantic scene around 8:30 last night after 2 Louisville police officers were shot. Interim Police Chief Robert Schroeder says a suspect is in custody.
One is in alert and stable. The other officer is currently undergoing surgery and stable.
Although protests started peacefully, some people set trash cans on fire. Around 100 people were arrested. The protest came after months of waiting for a decision in the killing of Breonna Taylor. Former Louisville detective Brett Hankinson was indicted for his alleged conduct, but not related to Taylor's death. Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron.
The grand jury voted to return an indictment against Detective Hankinson for 3 counts, of wanton endangerment for wantonly placing the 3 individuals in apartment 3 in danger.
Hankinson was arrested and released on bail. The grand jury concluded that he wildly fired 10 shots and endangered the lives of a pregnant woman, a child, and a man who were in an apartment next to Taylor's. Officers Jonathan Mattingly and Miles Cosgrove, who the FBI says fired the fatal shot, will not face state criminal charges.
The use of force by Mattingly and Cosgrove was justified to protect themselves. This justification bars us from pursuing criminal charges in Miss Breonna Taylor's death.
Taylor was killed on March 13th as police executed a search warrant for drugs and money. Neither were found. Her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, says he believed the police were intruders, so he fired a single shot which hit Mattingly in the thigh. Police returned fire. 6 bullets hit Taylor.
Somebody kicked in the door and shot my girlfriend.
Walker has maintained police did not identify themselves before they used a battering ram on the door. Cameron said the officers did knock and announce.
That information was corroborated by another witness.
Law professor Colin Miller has worked with Taylor's family. He says he believes the grand jury did not hear all of the evidence.
And we have several witness accounts from neighboring apartments, the neighbors saying, "We never heard the police knock and announce."
Taylor's family attorney Ben Crump called the decision to not charge any officer in Taylor's death outrageous and offensive.
It continues to disrespect the black women that have permeated in American society since they first brought us here in 1619.
The FBI is conducting a separate investigation. One of the things they'll be looking into is whether or not police obtained that warrant using false information. Meanwhile, Hankinson is under investigation by an FBI-led task force for alleged sexual assault claims in another case unrelated to Breonna Taylor's. Jerika Duncan, CBS News, Louisville, Kentucky. Jerika Duncan, CBS News, Louisville, Kentucky.
2 people were arrested as part of an ongoing investigation into prison contraband at DOC. GPD Special Investigations Section arrested 31-year-old Davina Ray Uggan and 55-year-old Francisco Pangilinan Garrido. Both were busted on multiple charges, including promoting major prison contraband, criminal facilitation, conspiracy, and drug charges. Over the weekend, 2 corrections officers were busted. They were allegedly trying to bring in contraband into the prison when reporting for duty. The Office of Public Accountability has issued an audit of GURA's unclassified employees' pay raises and bonuses. The OPA determined that the GURA Board of Commissioners generally complied with the open government law when they discussed and decided on unclassified employee salaries and bonuses between fiscal years 2015 through 2019. The audit did not find any bonuses given to unclassified employees in its review of executive and general session minutes as well as personnel action forms. However, the OPA found that the Board of Commissioners did not retain minutes of its February 2015 executive session and recommended the Board of Commissioners consistently adhere to the requirement of the open government law to ensure the minutes of every meeting are fairly recorded and open to the public for inspection. The OPA also found that the board did not consistently ratify the former executive director and former deputy director's pay adjustments as a result of formal performance evaluations. As such, the OPA recommended to the GURA board that they consistently ratify all pay adjustments for GURA unclassified employees on a going forward basis. The OPA also found that the current executive director and current deputy director were hired in January 2019, and since that time through December 2019, the current executive director and deputy director received two pay adjustments, respectively. In February 2019, the current deputy director received a pay adjustment to correct her salary to $100,930, which was ratified by the board. In October 2019, the current executive director received a pay adjustment to adjust his salary to $144,792 due to the restoration of the FY 2019 salary increments to eligible employees. In December 2019, the current executive director and current deputy director received pay adjustments that increased their salaries to $153,000 and $106,000, respectively. These pay adjustments were effective July 2019. As reported just recently, the GURA board approved pay raises to both of them again. The GURA board is expected to meet today. Executive Director Ray Tapasnia, when the story first came out, said that he didn't get a pay raise. And again, the Gore board will be meeting today. That's your news for now. We'll have more after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
Battling COVID-19 is an unprecedented global challenge. To get communities around the world back up and running as quickly and safely as possible, public health authorities are building smartphone apps to help with contact tracing. Contact tracing is one of the best ways to stop a virus from spreading. It can take thousands of disease investigators to alert everyone who's been in contact with people who've tested positive. But even if disease investigators do their jobs perfectly, alerting the people a COVID patient doesn't know or can't remember is incredibly difficult. Smartphone apps that public health authorities build can help people at risk of infection get notified much more quickly. But a contact tracing app works best when more people download it. And being asked to download an app without knowing how it will handle your personal information might cause people to worry about their privacy, and they may not feel safe participating. That's why engineers at Apple and Google have been working together to make public health technology that protects individual privacy, so that people never have to choose between their privacy and the health and safety of their community. You're probably wondering what that means and how that all works, and we're going to walk you through it in a second, but first let's be really clear about a couple things. First, apps using this system cannot track your location. And second, this system does not share your identity with Google, Apple, or other users. Here's how that works. For every phone that's opted in, our technology disguises your identity by generating a random sequence of numbers that change every few minutes. Then, using Bluetooth, anytime your phone detects another phone close by that's also opted in, the two exchange those random numbers. If in the future someone's positive for COVID-19, they can report that positive result in their app. Any phones that had exchanged random numbers in the last 14 days will receive a notification that they may have been exposed to COVID-19 without revealing their identity. Public health authorities can then help anyone at risk get testing and treatment. But it's up to all of us to help with contact tracing. Do your part and look for your public health authority app that uses this exposure notifications system. The more people who participate, the sooner we can beat COVID-19 and get our communities back on their feet.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired, but there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam. Thoroughly wishing you a good morning.
I'm representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the is a. Me scooped out on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Jordan is where you'll find me. Or down in Naval Man, who my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the Chelus, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rollin' by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Dude.
Let me take you to an island.
Sorry, I gotta let this last verse rock.
Never stops shining.
I gotta get some brew cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree. Relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tack so we can chow
That's your
down.
favorite part.
I love that, dude.
Everybody, especially the kids.
I just love this because it's like rap, but it's Guam. Pneumatic baby. 653. Yeah, that's classic, man. Island Tribe, My Island. At 653, The Link, The Breeze, 93.9. Coming up, the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Wen. Also on the way, public health. Yeah, there's a public health pandemic going on right now. And we'll talk with Dr. Ann Pobudsky and Annette Huggan of the Public Health Contact Tracing Team. Lillian Posadas also coming up. And then 2 of the businesses, like the only class of businesses almost on the bars, gyms and daycares. Still not, as of now, being allowed to open. And so we've just got a bunch of gyms. We've got a bunch of daycares that come on this morning and talk with us. Thank you guys for that. Good morning. Bree, let's go ahead and go over this new invention of PCOR 1. We're still in PCOR 1. First question.
We're still in PCOR 1. I don't know how long, though, we're going to be in PCOR 1. I know the governor doesn't want us to be in PCOR 1 for forever.
That's what she actually
said. Yeah.
Right.
But I didn't get the part where how long, though, this PCOR 1
I mean, if you can go get a tattoo, is it still PCOR 1, though? I mean, come on.
It is, I guess. Yeah.
God, a tattoo parlors are going to be hating on me. I'm just saying, guys. Right. I'm not hating on you guys. I'm just saying it's just a weird. Right. It's a weird look.
Yeah,
okay?
And this executive order or this new PCOR 1 declaration, and it's now called a safer at home advisory. This goes into effect at 12 noon today, and so we can go through.
Yeah.
We have it.
I'm just gonna. Bree, are we still supposed to stay home though?
Yeah, you should stay home, but if you want to go...
but if you want to go get a tattoo or get your dog a skin-tight fade or go to the mall or go
Okay, when I
dine outdoors or go do any of 1,000 things that you can now do.
When I was anchoring primetime last night, the script, as I was reading it off the teleprompter, said, and it made sure to put emphasis on the phrase being safer at home.
Yeah, safer at home.
Oh, so that means it's safer at home.
Right.
Yeah, so I saw that as I was reading like the script, and it was like, you can tell when it says, you have to accentuate and emphasize that part. So I was like, safer at home, and I was like,
right.
And I remember just thinking for a split second, I was like, what is that?
So you're safer at home, but the government is saying go and do all these things.
Right. And, when the press conference started yesterday, I wasn't sure if that's what I heard, if it was stay at home and I thought I heard safer at home. And she did say safer at home. And none of the media gets any sort of advanced copy of anything so that we can ask questions based on whatever's coming down. So
sucks,
it's kind of like, okay, what did she say? Did she say this? Did she say that? And you try and come up with these follow-up questions, but you're going in here blind, not knowing what is going on.
It's an injustice to me. I mean, God, Lecce 19, the governor, lieutenant governor, it's not just about them getting paid a lot of money, but it's like, dude, you lock us down. We don't see your face for 2 weeks, and then you pop back up, drop all this stuff, and we only get 2 questions. I mean, the people of Guam got way more than 2 questions. I just can't get around that, and I don't know if you guys are okay with that, and I don't know how the governor's office is okay with, like I said, popping back up after 2 weeks. And I get it, it's uncomfortable. Well, it wouldn't be uncomfortable if we had more opportunities for the people of Guam to hear from you guys. So.
And even for today, if we could get somebody to just kind of take us through.
We did ask. We asked Crystal to come on, and I believe what they had said was they're still. I mean, God, I don't want to make it seem like they don't even know what's going on, but.
Well, I'm still waiting for the guidance to come out because the guidance from public health actually kind of it kind of breaks down everything, and I didn't see it. Did you see the guidance? I didn't see it yet.
Yeah, Rosemary writes in here, since press conferences are far and few, the media should be allowed more questions. Thank you for that, Rosemary. Yeah, and I mean, it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Okay, as for what is open and what we do know, we've got some infographics that we can actually pop up now. We can go over this.
Yeah, we'll start with the first one, PCOR 1. We know that we're going to be in PCOR 1. We just don't know how much longer. Before it was on a week-to-week basis. Right. So right now it's just PCOR 1 that goes into effect September 25th, which is today at noon. And the following businesses and activities will be allowed to operate. Retail stores, personal care such as hair, nails, tattoo shops, pet grooming may operate at 25% capacity. Basic restrictions like 6 feet social distancing, wearing masks, and no congregating must be followed. Malls, all common areas will remain closed and no congregating will be allowed, but they will be open. All right. Restaurants, again, this goes into effect 12 noon today. In-restaurant dining is still prohibited, but outdoor dining will be allowed. Outdoor dining is restricted to those in the same household only with a maximum of 6 people, and there must be a distance of 6 feet between each table. Sports activities.
Wait, so how long does a table have to be if you seat 3 on each side, 6 feet apart? That's a 20-foot table. Who's got... Sorry. I'm just imagining eating a nice rice and kadu meal outside in the 90-degree hot sun.
Get a canopy.
Okay, go ahead.
Sports activities, voluntary and non-contact sports and sports facilities such as firing range, individual water sports and water sports services, scuba diving, golf, and tennis will be permitted. No organized sports are allowed. General office work and other services may resume under certain restrictions. Face-to-face contact for businesses are by appointment only. No waiting rooms or congregating is allowed. However, we are highly encouraging teleworking as much as possible. Funerals, services at funeral homes remain at no more than 10 and limited to immediate family and single household units. All must maintain a customer listing to assist with public health and contact tracing efforts. parks and beaches. Parks and beaches will remain closed to individual exercise use only. All permitted businesses and activities must adhere to the Department of Public Health and Social Services guidance. Now, there was one part here in the executive order related to Government of Guam operations. I know we got a lot of questions about that. Federal government and Government of Guam agencies shall be permitted to operate at no greater than 25% occupancy load and must implement mitigation measures set forth in applicable public health guidance, including social distancing, surface cleaning, and mask wearing. Customer service functions critical to the health and safety to the community may continue full operations. Business-related customer service operations are authorized on a limited basis subject to approval by public health. All other customer service functions may occur by appointment, and that is for Government of Guam operations. Also, I think we read it in the news regarding the new modified quarantine policy for inbound travelers. This goes into effect Saturday, I believe, at 12 noon. All persons entering Guam shall be subject to quarantine at GovGuam quarantine facility. On the 6th day of an individual's quarantine at the GovGuam facility, they may be administered a COVID-19 test. And in the event that it is negative, then that individual will be allowed to serve out the remainder of their 14-day quarantine.
So that's about the airport, right?
That is about the quarantine.
Airport quarantine, okay.
No, the GovGuam quarantine facility quarantine.
Yeah, no, somebody was just asking me about that. The airport one is effective Monday.
Right.
Yeah.
Nestor did a story on that in the link update.
And that's why some people are messaging us saying, okay, which one kicks in on Saturday, which one kicks in on Monday.
So Friday is today, noon, is the Safer at Home and PCOR 1, the restaurants and everything like that. Saturday is the early test out for the quarantine facility, and then Monday is the new airport screening.
Mm-hmm. And you guys can actually see those. We got those infographics up on the screen right now. So they're also on our Instagram feed right now. So if you guys go check that out, I mean, you can parse through it, go through it very, very slowly. Hopefully share it with your friends. Make sure that everybody knows, because that is kind of the key right now, is making sure that this information gets out to everybody and everybody is completely aware and cognizant of exactly what's going on.
Let's go through some of the comments here. Fausto writes in, there's no difference between getting a getting a tattoo versus sports. Raymond writes, number went up even with the lockdown. Such a gray area, no plan and a lack of information. Glory writes, people are still in the hospital and they're opening already. I bet the number will go up again. Lonnie writes, I don't understand how salons will be open when that's face-to-face. Jerry, how are they calling this PCOR 1 still? I mean, it's PCOR 3, right? Isn't it PCOR 3? Let's just be honest with each other. Is this not PCOR 3?
It's PCOR. No.
It's definitely not PCOR 1. And that's, to me, what's frustrating is, and we tried to ask these questions, and really the response, I mean, if you look at the black and white of it, right, the triggers that the government of Guam themselves put into place and told us, the people of Guam, they said, hey, this is our Bible. This is what we believe in. This is how we're going to move when we move with caution. And then they just kind of throw that out the door. And anyway, so good morning. Sevilla, Jay, Chris is right about the lack of information being disseminated and thought out. There's no logic in these statements. Okay.
I wanted to just talk for a real quick minute about some of the, we're talking about the messaging that's going out and, like what's being purported by the fellow community members, right? And I think it's really, really interesting because when I went to UOG, I majored in marketing, right? I wanted to be in advertising. And so my thing is I've always had this interest in the exact message that goes out. And it's fascinating to me because throughout the pandemic, people have, government, private sector, military, us in the media, we've tried every single tactic in the book as far as trying to get, into people's heads and get them to do the right thing. It was like, you had your own thing, Chris, stay home. You had that thing. That resonated well for a little while. There have been, I don't want to say scare tactics, but, the very sobering numbers that have come out. People have tried to appeal to sympathy. They've tried to say, do what's right for our community. There's a new spot. I know, Joe, we're going to play this. This is the blue one. Something that I thought should have been done a while ago. GovGuam has now enlisted young people and people in the influencer, circles, right? And they're actually saying, let's use cancel culture, which is a very real thing online. Like on Twitter when the pandemic first started, if you saw, it was trending every single day. They were like, let's cancel Taylor Swift, let's cancel Kanye West, let's cancel the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Every day it was a different thing. And I was like, why have they never used cancel culture to cancel COVID? And that is exactly the approach that this next spot that we're going to show you is taking right now. So it features a lot of different people. Features our own Tyler Matanani from KUAM, along with several other people who are saying, let's take all of this energy that we have to basically outrage about every single thing that goes on in society. Let's apply that to coronavirus and let's see if that can make a difference in our community. So we're going to play this right now, and it's very, very interesting.
I cancel COVID.
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 By always wearing a mask.
We're staying 6 feet apart. By staying active, eating good, drinking lots of water, and taking all my vitamins.
You don't want to be a part of the problem, do you?
I actually don't want to be a part of the problem. Then it's time to do your part, Guam. These small things make a big difference in our community.
Because I want our Minumku to be safe and to protect them at all costs.
Because I am a nurse at GMH and I don't want to watch any more people struggle to breathe.
So that I can have students in my classroom again and that we can go back to normal.
Because our students are losing on valuable mentorship and social interaction that comes with in-class learning. Because I passed it to my dad and I don't want anyone else to feel that type of guilt.
I wouldn't want this to extend for any surmountable time when this virus can be controlled at a community level.
All right, so there it is. That is a new video that's just been produced, obviously by our friends over at GovGuam. Okay, first reactions to you guys.
Our friends over at Governor's Office Studios.
Yeah. What do you guys? And again, yeah, I just think it's interesting. It remains to be seen what the actual outcome and the effectiveness of this will be. But it's a new approach, and that whether you want to buy into it or not, cancel culture is a thing. It has a lot of weight with that generation. So hopefully this will buy into the whole FOMO, the fear of missing out thing, and more people from that generation will buy into that. That's what stuck out to me. What do you guys think about it?
I think what they're saying is download the COVID alert app.
Sure.
Right.
To cancel COVID.
There you go. And we'll have our download-a-thon and more info on that coming up. But let's get right into it. 707. He's the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group. Dr. Hoa Nguyen joins us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, guys.
Well, you called it since I think Tuesday we had you on. You said more businesses are going to open, and that's exactly what happened. So thanks for the heads up.
You also said that we're going to see this early test out program for people in GovGuam quarantine to test on day 6. If it's negative, out on day 7 in home quarantine. So it doesn't mean you get a free pass to go run around the streets. It means that you go home and you stay home for the remainder of your quarantine. So thanks, Doc, for the heads up.
Yeah.
At least we got that.
You're welcome. And, as I said before, we just got out of a very bad second surge. Wish the number go up to 100 in the hospital. Get stretched to the max there. So, as we go into a latter part, the PICO one, we had to open the business kind of slowly. I know a lot of people are not happy with the first soft opening of some business, but we will try to evaluate every week and try to open more business. Really depend on, the hospital and the positivity rate. The number are coming down, and it's kind of not coming down as fast as we'd like to come down. But like I said, we opened too early, too fast. It's not good. So, all the business, we look at it and I say every week ask the number in the hospital, number coming down, we will reevaluate every business again. But
Right.
again, with the safety in mind and with the hospital and the healthcare system in Guam in mind, that's the most important thing. We will continue to improve.
Am I supposed to stay home or go get an essential tattoo?
Yeah, no, you can go to work. Just the biggest part that we try to convey is the congregation. I mean, people are still, gathering, and I know that they give out like over 1,000 warning already for people that do gathering on different location, and as long as we keep our social distance, um, we're gonna do better as long as we keep our social distance for now. But you can go to work, Chris, Sabrina. It's okay. You have mask on and social distance, you'll be fine.
I'm trying to do a poll. What kind of tattoo should I get? But I can only get it 25% at a time. Is that how it works, Doc? What's the rule on the tattoos?
I told her they wearing face shield and face mask and all kind of stuff. So, it's just I know it's face mask one-on-one, but there's not supposed to have any people waiting in the waiting area and by appointment only. And so like I say, it's soft opening the business, as we can see that there's no increase in number because of this opening, then we would make other decisions to open more business. I think we're going to evaluate every week. I mean, we really like everyone to be able to open, and that's about mine. No one wants to be closed. But
is this
again? It's hard to justify when you still kind of stress out your healthcare system.
Is this really though PCOR 1?
If
It
if
just
you
does
guys,
not feel like a PCOR 1.
yeah, you don't see it yet. I mean, Pico One, we worked hard last night to try to really find Pico One and see what the most important thing for us to move out Pico One. And just like Hawaii, we saw this post in Hawaii, they call it a different one. They call it Tier 1 and Tier 2 and whatever they like to call it. But it's almost the same as us, and how long it's going to be like Hawaii for the Tier 1. It's going to be a long time, but they are also open some business, but not much, and so it's really, again, they based on the healthcare system too. So we're not the only one that doing it. It's an island, and like I say, as we control our border with the quarantine and everything, I think the number will improve. It's just the first one. I think that just like anything else, we might let our guard down. That's what happened. But we learn as we go.
I mean, unfortunately, we learn as we go, but sometimes it costs our people's lives, right? In this pandemic with this virus, and I mean, it is, Doc. The messaging it's confusing. Are we taking the virus serious or are we not?
We look at a different reason why there's a number still where we are. I think some people, again, COVID-19 fatigue is there. We've been in this here for a long time, and people are getting tired of it, and they do things different way, especially the working class. We start seeing now that the working class are somewhat going to work when they're sick, and that's the message now. So we see on this trend out there that people do different things. So again, in the past 4 or 5 weeks or so, we see the young population going up, but now they kind of stable out. But the one that we're really looking for is really, when you look at number, it's really the working class. The one that going to work, and they are going to work when they have symptoms now. I mean, with I want to ask people, if you feel sick or congestion or coughing, stay at home. What we see now is that people, the spouse come in sick in the clinic, test positive, and we ask the question, where the other spouse, and they say the other spouse at work. I mean, as shocked as we can be, I think the fatigue part and the duration part will make people put their guard down again. And this is the working class people. So we just want to ask people, the employee and employer, that if your employee are sick, just ask them to go home and pay attention to that, because there's no sense of identify someone positive and then the whole company again panic again. So you have to pay attention to the people that go to work to see if they're sick or not. And again, if you're sick, just stay home. I think that and don't go to work. Mm-hmm. And I said if we can beat this one, I think the number will go down further.
Mm-hmm. Doc, can you kind of explain, I guess, the data that was used to determine what businesses can open, what businesses can't open? Is it based on, daycares are high risk and tattoo shops are low risk? Was there information about data clusters that all these people went to the bar and so they can't open? Just so people can kind of understand, because I'm still a little confused on how it was determined that this is okay, but that's not okay. This gyms can't open, but you can go get a tattoo.
But all the opening, all the business is based on what we see in the last PCOR 2 and PCOR 3, right? The data is there. I mean, again, we're pushing for the data to be released more out there for the public to know. I understand what you're talking about. Okay, and our decision of making of what's opening and what's not open. I know the tattoo shop, there's no positive on that thing, on the tattoo shop. And there's certain thing doesn't make sense, but if you have some breakout in the past, PCOR 2, PCOR 3, and this time we're going to approach you in a different way, right? I mean, I know the restaurant is open. There's a very few restaurants that have some positive case in last PCOR 2 or PCOR 3. And we want to open the restaurant. To me, it's only a few, and the majority of restaurants are really safe to go to. And I love to go out and eat, and I wish I can eat every night outside. But so we really want to push that section of the business to have them open again. The data's out there, and we're not pick and choose which one we make, especially daycare. We want daycare to be open. A lot of our essential workers, a lot of parents out there depend on daycare to be open for them to be able to go to work. I know the daycare people present that to the PAC, and I tell you, they're very passionate of what they do, and I know that.
So are you saying, Doc, that based on the data that we had during PCOR 2, and PCOR 3 maybe, for daycares, we saw clusters? Or because we spoke with, let's say, for example, gyms, I didn't hear about clusters at gyms. We had Purebred on. They said they had 0 infections when they were in PCOR 2. So can you explain it a little bit more? What data is showing that this business can open and this business can't?
Daycare, like I say, I know they will open. We're trying to put some guideline, like testing on the worker daycare on the adult before the daycare will open. That's something that they need to probably implement it, just to safety of the kids, because the kid don't give to the adult, but mostly the adult give the kids. So that's some step they have to put in before they consider open daycare. But daycare, I know they take a lot of steps to protect our children. And, we look at, again, we will look every week, and as the number go down, we will try to open daycare. That's one of the most essential one of them all. Jim, I think most people can exercise outside. The parks are open. We can see a lot of Aspen Park, a lot of people there. You know, the Paseo is there. So the gym, we will try to look at the gym and try to open them up again, because I think that the physical part and the health of people are very important. And me, I like to exercise a whole lot, so I like the gym to be open too. And I think with the PAC talk about it, and we, like I said, this week is again, before I tell you when we open, it's going to be very soft, and we will look at it again. And week, we hope that things still good and more things will be open, but you can't really open everything at once, and that's.
But it kind of seems like we did, though, Doc. I mean, it kind of seems like we did open everything. Well, everything except the gyms and the daycares and the churches, right? But we're letting people go get tattoos. We're letting people get their dogs a haircut. We're letting people do their nails. They go get a mani-pedi, but
not all decision we make is going to be. We can't make everyone
of course, right?
Yeah. And of our decision.
Right.
Again, this is Friday, so next Friday, hopefully we have a whole bunch more that business will be open again.
Wow.
So we go week by week. I look at the tier 1 business open in Hawaii, and so we're gonna look at very carefully. Look at ours. It's a different island, but again, they are open very slowly too. So
right.
it's, even Dr. Shea say they're gonna stuck on that tier 1 for a long, long time. So,
right. But I think Hawaii has more than one GMH, though, right?
So the Pico 1, the Pico 2. We really put a lot of stress on the healthcare system, and I know they are improving, but it's quite expensive, for the
comes with quite a price tag, right, Doc?
Doc, just so we're clear, this PCOR 1 safer at home, latest executive order. We're going to be doing this every week because they didn't have like an expiration date on this. So it's we're going to be week to week.
You gotta understand, the governor don't want to be in PCOR 1 either. She's the last person to.
No. What she said that she was very clear, but I just didn't know if this is in effect for 1 week, and then we're gonna have another social media graphics posted on the governor's social media saying, okay, we're gonna be in PCOR for another week, just so people kind of can prepare and kind of know.
Right.
I don't know how long this is in effect.
Yes, what we try to do in the PAC is that we're going to come up with a certain number, and we're going to have discussed that with the governor and public health again to put out there so public know what goal we're shooting at, right? So that way you don't sit in the dark. Say, hey, when are we going to go out PCOR 1? When we go out PCOR 2? So we're going to try to put some number out there that people know what the goal is, okay? So that way everyone will shoot to that goal. It's everyone's responsibility. It's not just one person. It's a whole community. So if you look at that goal and say, hey, we shoot at positivity rate of less than 10% or 5%, something like that, then everyone will know where we're shooting at in order for us to get out of this. So it's an effort for everybody on the island to try to move forward. So we're gonna try to put that number out, soon. And it's not that we want to throw the number out right away. Have to be think very carefully of what the number will put out, so people know exactly where we are. Okay, so we can try to answer, hey, are we close to PCOR 1 to PCOR 2, or are we far away from it? Right. So hopefully the number will come out very soon. I mean, like I said, this COVID-19 as day one, as I told everyone, is that it changed every day. I mean, what we decide to do now, if we look in a year from now and say, man, that's really crazy. And what we did do 3-4 months ago, was looking and say, wow, but it's not right. So adjust time go and when we learn more about what this virus does, the biggest part we're looking now is a few people come in now is complaining some symptom of COVID-19 that is a long lasting, and that's they call it COVID-19 syndrome, and that's something that your lung capacity and the other the system is not working like they used to be, just because it does cause in some people some permanent damage there. So we learn things. Again, I just ask the public and work along the pack and the governor office to kind of be patient. And again, every week we're going to open more business every week, and that's the way that even in New York they doing that. It's just they open very, very slowly and to sustain not to go backward. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Doc. So you're just giving again your guarantee that with all these openings, that the Physicians Advisory Group will be monitoring on a weekly basis the activity, any potential exposure, any funny business that goes on with customers or businesses that are allowed to open. So you're giving us your guarantee that we'll be looking at what we allowed to open and watching for the COVID on a weekly basis.
Guys, we meet twice a week, and beside that twice a week meeting on the side, all day long. I tell you, I'm on the phone more than I see my patient, and my patient had to wait just because beside meeting twice a week, we on the phone constantly with other people to try to help make the decision for the island. My crews and my phone is like. It's hot all the time just because we're on the phone so much.
Yeah.
It's not easy, and I know a lot of business are doing a lot of stuff to keep us safe. I tell you, we really realize that.
Right.
It's not the business. It's that community need to work together so we can open this business up. And that's something I can tell you is that we really do that. It's just like I know Hawaii to spend, give a lot of citation now and a lot of fine, and they enforcing a whole lot. Right. In Guam, we're different. Our culture, we just give them warning, and over 1,000 warning. In the past. Months,
I wish my mom gave me 1,000 warnings.
So basically, to the businesses that aren't open, going to be opening at noon today, it's just hold tight. We're working on it. We are reviewing the data on a week-to-week basis, and we'll let you know what can open further.
We are. We meet with the business people. We meet with Chamber of Commerce, UBB. We meet with a lot of people, and we update them. Again, I think they should be aware that the business opening going to be very slow. As again, we told them the last few weeks that we will open, but a little bit at a time. It's you don't want to overwhelm, open all at once, and then we get in trouble. So we talk every day. Okay, so I promise the business people that we work every day to try to see if we can get the business to open. Again, we go by weekly basis. Okay, so we keep the number very closely, and we're not doing it just because we want people to stay close. Absolutely not. Right. I tell you, we want everyone to be open.
Right. Well, thank you, Doc. Appreciate
Thanks,
it. Again, he's the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen. Yes, Doc?
But, guys, we will put up some number out there. We're going to try, okay? But before we put a number out there for people to know what the goal we're shooting at, we need to make sure that the number we put out there makes some sense, okay?
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks. Stay safe.
Get your flu shot, everybody.
Stay home, okay?
Right.
Don't go to work.
No, I'm going to go get my nails done, Doc. I got all my appointments lined up. I'm getting a haircut, getting my nails done, getting my tattoo.
What about
Take
golf?
a good
You
look
do
at
golf?
I'm going to golf while I'm getting a tattoo. Can we do that? Just take a
Yes,
good look,
we
Doc,
can.
because you're going to see this face is going to be tatted up come Monday. Okay?
And get his hair cut, his hair did.
See you,
Bye,
Doc.
guys.
Okay, bye. Okay, we got a public health standing by in the KUM News Zoom room, but we're going to go ahead and let our sanitizing duendes sanitize everything since it's public health. And we'll read some of these comments over here. Someone had put that they're going to use a bush cutter to cut your hair to maintain social distance. Jay Sevilla writes, business is open depending on who owns the business. Michael, allow our families to worship and to grieve and mourn loved ones lost due to the virus. Allow for funeral mass at churches. Bev writes, where's the answer for the data being used? Jessica writes, go get your nails done, but the kids can't go to school. It's ridiculous. Rosemary writes, we're still in double digits for positive cases. Opening now is scary, but adults are responsible for their safety protocols.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody's comments and,
Right.
and their feedback. It is what it is.
It
We have
is
to
what it
do
is.
this. We have to wear a mask. We have to maintain social distancing and abide by these orders that are coming down. I mean, what else are we going to do? We have to
Yeah.
protect our island. We have to all get better.
It's really on us, guys. And, I know I'm joking about what is going to open, but I'm a joker, and that's just kind of how I process stuff. But, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of doesn't make a lot of sense when you hear Dr. Hoa say that, we're doing a soft opening, and then they say that basically everything's open. I mean, you could go to the mall in P-Core 1. 7:31. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room. We're really looking forward to catching up on the virus and the public health side of this whole pandemic with Annette Uggan, who's the public health contact trace lead, and the territorial epidemiologist, Dr. Ann Pobutsky. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to start with, one thing that Dr. Hoa said, and it kind of sounded like we're out of this second surge. Is Dr. Ann, are we?
Our numbers have been decreasing, the number of positives, but we're still not back to where we should be. It's still kind of high. And the deaths that we've seen, 85% of the deaths that we've seen have been in the last 5 to 6 weeks. And that's because of the surge in August. And our cases are decreasing. Let's just hope it continues to be a sustained decrease. And let's see what happens as things open up and if people continue to follow the recommendations, which is social distancing, wearing masks, and especially no large gatherings. I do not know how people are going to deal with holidays coming up. Yeah. You got Thanksgiving and Christmas, and people are going to want to have parties. It's going to be really hard because, as Dr. Wen mentioned, these things go on for a long time. The 1918 influenza pandemic went up and down for a 2-year period. And I know there's dreams of a vaccine really soon, but we're not there yet. And even with the vaccine, Anthony Fauci was saying, you still have to wear masks. Mask wearing might be something that we all do, just like they do in Hong Kong. They wear, you always see the Chinese in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and China wearing a mask when they're in a crowd. And maybe that's something that we have to learn to live with, because this is not going to be the first emerging novel respiratory disease, given what's happening with development and climate, global warming, and what's happening around the planet. It's not going to be the only one. So we just need to see, hopefully, what happens if people can restrict themselves, and if the governor says no large gatherings. And I know they're talking about the schools, and that's going to take time because, not maybe little kids, toddlers, but kids can spread COVID-19. Yeah. They could be even super spreaders, and they're really good at spreading it in their household. If anybody knows who has children, that's, kids go to school and they get sick all the time between the age of 5 and 10, right? And then their immune system kicks in. So I think there's some special considerations for opening up the schools.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you there, Dr. Ann. But wow, it kind of seems like you rained on the Let's Open the Island parade a little bit. Let me ask you about holidays coming up. And just and the average person's mind, I feel like if they can go get a tattoo and go get their nails and their hair did, then they're probably thinking, oh, that's okay. Then why can't I have the family over for Halloween or Thanksgiving? So if, again, you could impress upon why they can't.
Or even just have a party, but outdoors.
That's probably safer. The issue is indoor environments are really great at spreading the virus. An outdoor barbecue, as long as it's not, 150 people, I'm sure people could. But see, I think the idea is to restrict large gatherings, to continue to restrict large gatherings. I don't know what the number is. I haven't looked in detail at the guidance.
It's
but
still prohibited, Doc. So there's no gatherings.
fiestas.
Yeah, no fiestas.
No church.
Right, yeah.
But go to a restaurant and eat outdoors, right?
With a limit of 6 people, 6 feet apart.
Same household.
Right. Same household, right, yeah. And Doc, we get it. I understand, and I don't want to put you guys in this place where you have to sit there and defend decisions that were probably made largely because of political pressure. I know that's not your job. But Annette, if we could just switch it over to you and find out about the week in testing that we conducted. Who was getting tested, and if you could just kind of give us a little more insight on the results, because we didn't see as many tests conducted as we have in previous weeks. So if you could, we'll give you the floor and get a response.
We actually continue to test the identified contacts at Northern Region Community Health Center on a daily basis, Monday through Saturday. This past week, too, we continued our outreach efforts at the Department of Corrections for their staff and the inmates that, we spread it out over several weeks to get everyone tested for that agency as well as the inmates. And then we did have for our frontliners, GPD, that we were able to test them as well. And so that is an ongoing effort. Again, we schedule with the various frontliners who are at higher risk because of their exposure and the contact they've had with, either those who were recently found to be positive or those who are quarantined individuals, and so they may have been exposed and possibly infectious. And so that's why we've worked with that frontline agency. And again, we will continue to schedule and test our contacts. We have some today and some tomorrow as well as those who are symptomatic. Our community health center has mentioned, actually since last week, we're seeing more people, who are symptomatic, influenza-like illness. And so, they are continuing to test them as well. And so we've seen our numbers go down. They're still double digits, but thankfully it's much lower than last month. And so we continue to go for that gradual decrease, but slowly reopening our community and our businesses and trying to find that balance. Right. And again, we have to continue monitoring, because if we see the cases start to increase again, that's something that, we're going to have to adjust again, what we've slowly been opening up. So again, just following the data that we have, what we're collecting to help guide us, inform the PAG as well as the governor, and then have a consolidated discussions and put guidance forth for the governor on how to adjust, the various social distancing measures and what's allowed to open up and at what occupancy rate. And that's the big thing. I know you guys are honing in on the tattoo shops and the, getting your hair and your nails done. But again, it's only at 25% occupancy. So that allows for these business owners to space it out. With tattoos, it's one-on-one, so you definitely have that minimal exposure, and so long as the businesses are implementing, which they have done. Right. All businesses are taking those necessary precautions because they themselves are at risk. By opening up, they have to consider now they may be exposing themselves to their patrons and bringing it home to their family. So that's something, again, slowly but surely, and that's why 25%, and then public health will be coming out with their additional guidance with the new executive order that has been signed.
Right. And the governor and a lot of the high up government officials talking about the gradual decrease in the number of positives, but it kind of seems like the positivity rate hasn't decreased as much as, well, yeah, it hasn't really just, I know there's been a gradual decrease. So I guess if you ladies could go into and kind of explain the numbers when we say that we are getting fewer positives, which is kind of true, but at the same time, we're also conducting fewer tests. So it's not like we're getting 28 positives with 1,000 tests, 1,000 tests run. I mean, I think the other day we had like 40 some positives with 400 tests. So are we really seeing less COVID because, of the way we're testing?
Because the positivity rate, it looks like it's been like between 8 to 10% in the past just couple days.
Right.
So with the targeted testing that we've been really pushing these past several weeks, even before the surge in August, our focus was on those with highest risk because of their known exposure to a case, like the household members or close work contacts. So even though we're not testing as high in numbers, we are testing those who are at highest risk because of their known exposure, close proximity. And so, yes, we are seeing, a lot of the new positives are actually household members, which is to be expected. But we're also seeing some households where they're still negative, which is a great thing for us, and it shows that the personal responsibility, the support that new case has at home, and that they were following, the self-isolation and self-quarantine. So even though the total number tested is not as high as we used to, and I know Dr. Ann spoke to this before, when we were opening it up to whoever, regardless of symptoms, we tested close to 7,000 people in a set time frame, and we only got about 30-some positive. And of that 30-some, 2/3 of them were identified contacts that my team had actually sent to those community outreaches to be tested. And so again, for the amount of effort that we put out there and, allowing everyone to come and be tested regardless of symptoms. Yeah. And we had a small number turn out positive. Here we're seeing smaller numbers being tested, but we are still catching, those contacts who are unfortunately turning into the new positive cases.
I think I said this.
Dr. Ann can probably give them
right.
details.
Yeah. And I don't know if I could just interject a little bit and maybe talk about because you guys have brought this up before when we were doing the mass testing. We didn't really get a lot of positives, but that was a while ago, and I'm not sure if we would see the same results, but you guys are the experts. So, Dr. Ann?
Well, the mass testing that we had in August was that we did get a lot more positives, but that's because we had 1,500 people in one day and numerous other clinics involved, and that was during the surge. So that kind of thing works. It kind of overwhelmed the lab. Yeah. So we're trying to think of what's the best way to do this mass testing moving forward, because the governor really likes it, and the people do too. And we're trying to figure out a way so we won't overwhelm the lab.
When you say the governor likes it and the people do too, from a public health standpoint, and I know you guys had said we got lower numbers when we did it a while ago, but is it a useful tool, do you think, from a public health standpoint, Dr. Ann?
Well, again, as Annette mentioned, when we first started doing it, we didn't come across very many positives in the mass testing when we first started doing it. It was only when we did it during the surge that we saw a higher number of positives, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the typical pattern that we see, not just on Guam, but it's a surge and then a lockdown and then a surge again. So as things open up, let's see what happens. Are we going to see, it really depends on the community. And that's how this kind of thing usually unfolds. But the good news is we haven't seen any dengue cases since March. Last year, this time, we had a dengue outbreak that peaked in September last year. And I don't know why we're not seeing any. Maybe the Division of Environmental Health killed all those mosquitoes, but or at least the particular vector that was carrying the dengue virus. So that's good. And we haven't seen very much Shigella. We had an outbreak last year because people are washing their hands.
Nice.
So I don't know why, with all the rain we've had, we haven't seen any dengue.
Oh, the dengue's scared of COVID.
Our biggest worry right now is COVID plus influenza.
Right.
And that's why we're trying to get people to get there. And we can test for influenza at the lab. So we've already told the physicians and the clinics, we can test for influenza. Send us that and send us the COVID.
I'm wondering if you could say anything about the Sarah Alert, the tomorrow, 12 noon, the new test out program for people in quarantine is going to go into effect. And from what I understand, people that test negative at day 6, they'll have to download the Sarah Alert. Can you provide information about that?
It's a symptom monitoring application. So it's actually going to be phasing in. Phasing in as we slowly transition out of the EMOCA. So EMOCA is like the video monitoring. With Sarah Alert, it's actually you can do call, text, as well as messaging for monitoring. And so it's something that to help reduce the number of staff needed to monitor individuals placed in quarantine. And so it's a matter of them being checked on their symptoms, on a daily basis, and they have to respond. And if not, then that's what will trigger a public health team to do like a compliance visit or to actually check on them in person. And so with the Sarah Alert, if the people are, it's a daily monitoring, checking how you're doing, what are you having any signs or symptoms, and based on what the individual responds, whether they need to seek medical care or whether they need to call public health, and then we can do additional evaluation like through our nurses, and then to guide them whether do we need to have you go see a doctor, or we need to check on you to do we need to do another test. And again, we are seeing individuals who've been in quarantine that they don't actually become symptomatic until maybe day 10 or 12, right before they're supposed to get out of that 14-day quarantine. Right. And so this is to help. It's another digital tool to help us. It's used, CNMI was actually one of the pilot jurisdictions that are using it, and so now Guam is adding that on to our capabilities to help reduce the number of staff needed to monitor, because especially now as we're allowing these individuals to be sent home early to self-quarantine, you're either going to have to hire hundreds of more staff to assist public health to do that home quarantine monitoring, or to allow this digital tool to help us so that we don't have a high burden on staff and the need for additional human resources. Right. So it's just another tool to assist us. And so that's where they will have to check in. If they're not checked in on the daily monitoring as required, then that's where our team will be activated to check in on these individuals.
What did the data show, in deciding why certain businesses couldn't open or reopen, specifically for these fitness facilities? Can you
think about
explain
it, going to a gym and you're indoors and you're, even if you're socially distanced, indoor areas are bad for spreading respiratory diseases. The other issue that nobody brings up is this whole issue of air conditioners. Your whole environment and your office is closed in, and indoor places are very bad for respiratory viruses. I mean, walking on the beach, golfing, those things aren't, even if you're social distancing, those are fairly safe compared to a gym. So it has to do with the close contact and indoor areas, as opposed to somebody mentioned the tattoo parlor, right? You're one person and then the tattoo artist. Right, and if you're wearing a face shield and a mask and...
Right. So I'm wondering.
So malls, though, malls are indoors.
Right, but there's no sitting down and eating. There's no sitting down and eating. It's all going to be takeout. There's no sitting down and socializing in close proximity to other people. It's all going to be get your food and go picnic.
You also have to look down at the floor when you walk in the whole time. You just look down at the floor, don't talk to anybody, just go straight to the food court, get your food, thank you, Mike. Okay.
No, I thought like stores in the mall.
No, yeah, stores in the mall are open. Yeah, they are. So, Dr. Ann, I guess with going back to the gyms, right? What if, like the restaurants, and now we're allowing restaurants to do outdoor dining, what if some of these gyms get creative and say, okay, well, like I know a gym that's pretty much open air. It's a big warehouse with 2 huge doors on either end. What if they started to say, hey, well, okay, we'll work out outside? Does that mitigate the risk? Or?
Well, you still have to do social distancing.
Right, yeah.
Even if it's outdoors and mask wearing, and especially the staff will be wearing masks. So it's not like we really had a lot of spread inside restaurants when the restaurants were. It was the large gatherings where there were infected people there that spread it to, large groups, people having a party at a restaurant. So restricting the number of people and making sure it's social distancing. I mean, the stores are pretty good about that. Even the post office has, the 6 feet lines and everything, and all the stores seem to be doing that. So
I've been to a couple places and I think for the most part they do, but sometimes when you get a business that's like an auto shop or whatever, when a lot of people are coming in, there's a lot of traffic, there's a lot of congregating at the door, and sometimes these businesses don't have the staff to be like, hey guys, spread out, and it really falls on the customer, right? Which is something I had to do. Hey guys, can we get some room here?
Yeah, it's true. The businesses are doing their part. Now it's on the individual to do their own personal responsibility to comply. And like you said, if those businesses don't have enough staff, so that's why, again, it's a island-wide effort. The businesses can't do it alone. And so again, I've heard of individuals too where they were very strict and making sure that their patrons were complying. I've unfortunately also attended a funeral, and the funeral home was very good about limiting, and they literally were every now and then counting how many people were inside the chapel to make sure that that they were complying and that people were complying. No gathering outside while you're waiting to come in, or while you were leaving and you ran into a family member or friend. So again, and the people willingly just dispersed because they knew that they weren't following the requirement, and and so that's something that, again, it's a whole island effort, everyone's responsibility. But I just wanted to add about the gym situation. A study was done several months ago that actually working out at the gym in regards to a respiratory illness, it's high risk because as you're working out and you're expelling, there's more force when you work out and expelling. They're not wearing your mask. And so that's why gyms are actually considered high risk, not only because they're, like Dr. Ann mentioned, they're indoors. Most of them are enclosed, air conditioned, but also because the patrons are expelling forcefully, which means the spread of,
I feel attacked here. I feel attacked.
They can go out, the spread can go out further. And so that's why, they haven't, and that was something done in the mainland that was shared with us a few months ago, and this is why. And
you're basically talking about when you lift and you're like, oh, you're like, oh, you're like, oh, right? I got you.
So yeah, for bars. If I'm known to be a bar, but I serve food, and I'm like an outdoor type of bar that serves food, can I be open?
That's the governor's call. I think it was just restaurants, but bars and churches, people are singing and praying and, respiratory. And people in bars, they're drinking, they're having a good time, they're probably laughing. Ha, ha, ha. Great place for respiratory illness, especially if indoors. Outdoor bars, I don't see how that's an issue. But again, I don't know what the specific rules are about restaurants where you can sit down outdoors and have a glass of wine. I assume that's okay, as long as it's not a overcrowded kind of situation.
Right. Yeah. I think the guidance.
I don't know the details.
It's
this just came out yesterday.
Yeah. It's same household and then minimum of 6 spaced 6 feet apart.
Same household or family?
Same household, right?
Same household. So both eating and drinking establishments, so long as it's outdoors, allowed. And so that's what I know. Our department will be putting forth the guidance memo. Off of what the new executive order that was signed yesterday. So that will be should be coming out by today. But definitely, yes, outdoor eating and dining is allowed. But the limitation, and again, practicing the social distancing with other patrons.
Right.
I'm just curious though, why wouldn't the guidance come out first before the executive order? It would kind of eliminate some of the confusion. I mean,
we have to wait for what is the official on the executive order, and then that's what guides public health to put in detail what is allowed or not allowed. And again, we put in our guidance as well as the physicians.
So they make the decision
to the government.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who's making the decisions? So
sorry?
it's the governor makes the decisions, and then you guys just kind of write up the executive order to make those decisions happen.
Right.
It's also
we provide our
informed.
guidance and recommendations.
Right.
Sorry, it's also informed by the Physicians Advisory
Yeah.
Group,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they look at the numbers. Dr. Felix Cabrera as a. Have you had him on yet?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
got lots and lots of graphs. Okay,
He's got a lot of pictures.
He was
Yeah.
in court
Yeah,
yesterday
yeah,
for a long
yeah.
time.
No, we get it.
But he's the one who kind of compiles the data as well as data from public health, and
Right.
they try to make an informed decision with the group, and then they provide that information to the governor.
Right. And then they said it's ultimately the governor's call, which, I mean, she's the governor. So.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why they're writing the stuff up the day after. So they're on the same boat as us, pretty much. Hey, welcome to the Last to Know Club. All right.
Just real quickly again, so beach bars may be allowed to open if you go to the bar with your family and living in the same household.
Hey, kids, let's go get a
Never
couple
mind.
rounds with Dad. No, order a burger. It's
Your
cool.
household versus your entire extended family. Right?
Order a burger. We're cool. We just order a
As
burger.
long as you order food. Yeah?
Yeah, okay. That's what it looks like.
Eating and drinking establishments are allowed, but yes, it's limited to your household of 6 in a group, and then you have to be socially distanced from the other group that's availing of that eating or drinking establishment services. Yeah.
Okay. We're just a few minutes from the top of the hour. So, Dr. Ann, when we opened the conversation, you said that the surge is still pretty high. What were her words exactly?
Dr. Ann, go ahead.
Yeah, you said still kind of high, right? And then we had Dr. Hoa before you talking about soft openings. But before that, when we were in PCOR 3, we were told by a lot of people who came on the show that the surge we're sitting in now was a result of people going out and gathering and doing all the things that were allowed in PCOR 3. So how do we avoid repeating history this time around?
There's always a lag between when someone is, exposed and then gets ill and then gets tested. And it's just like the deaths. Most of these deaths occurred after weeks and weeks in the hospital with these people with chronic conditions. So there's always that lag. The deaths we were seeing were because of the surge last month. They got sick, they were hospitalized, they were there for weeks, they were trying to treat them. Some people recovered. The deaths obviously did not. So there's always a lag time. But we are seeing a decrease, and it's not exactly where we want to be, but the governor wants to start opening up again and see probably how people respond and see what the behavior is going to be like with this soft kind of opening. Will people behave? Are we going to see another surge and then have to shut it all down right before Thanksgiving and Christmas? So
Halloween's coming up. Don't forget that.
there you go. There's another one.
How do we deal with Halloween, Dr. Ann?
Yeah.
She's like, go ask the
That's a good
PAG.
question. We've been talking about it. Yeah. No, or it's going to be like a drive-by
Curbside trick-or-treating.
I mean, those are some things that...
Or mask. You're wearing a face shield.
Right.
Get the kids masks. They can decorate the mask with a monster motif or something, or a ghost. I mean, the face shields, those are cheap.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do something like that.
Hey, if we canceled Easter, I mean,
Yeah, we
might
canceled
as well
Easter.
cancel
That's right.
Halloween.
Just
Hey,
keep
this
your
is
receipts, guys. Keep your receipts. I want to do Halloween in July next year. Okay, so I guess in closing, Bree, did you have anything else?
No.
Are we? Can you just, Annette, if you could, just tell us the testing options available? We had a comment in here. A woman that commented that her husband's boss tested positive, but they were told by public health to stay home for 10 days. So I know that's anecdotal and you don't have the specifics on that, but if you could just tell us, people who symptoms or whatever, what are the testing options available to them through public health?
Well, we have high capacity for testing right now. Sorry, Annette, go.
No, go ahead, Doc. Yeah, we are testing again for contacts at Northern Public Health for individuals who are symptomatic. The nurses too will screen them and test up there. There is a limited number for just the symptomatic individuals. Private clinics, which again, we just started doing that in August, is where, you know, we have our private partners who have some of the Abbott ID machines that we've distributed to them are also helping test the community. So the opportunities for testing has increased over, you know, since the start of this outbreak response. So we have more of our partners, like AMC has the Abbott machine, JRMC. You know, GMH is taking care of their patients there. And then we have also at One Love Pediatrics, Guam Medical Care, which is Dr. Galgo, are some of the first ones that have it, you know, and so we're trying to expand the number of private providers that individuals can also go get seen if they're symptomatic and want to be tested. And so that's their option there. More information is forthcoming in regards to the rescheduled UMATIC community testing event that was postponed due to the weather. And so that one, the flyer will be formalized and finalized and be sent out to the media to let everybody know when's that rescheduled date. And again, as Dr. Ann had mentioned previously, we are working on scheduling for additional community testings down the road, you know, and that is something, yes, the governor would like to see it, as well as for public health to offer that to the community to give additional opportunities for testing services.
Right. Yeah, because we are seeing that also, again, in the news where people are showing up at the emergency room already on death's door and then testing positive for COVID. Right. Yeah. So it's concerning.
Yes. And again, we, you know, please, and that's something that I know has been emphasized from the healthcare side and, you know, in the media and everything, is that, you know, just don't take this lightly. Some people, yes, are waiting, unfortunately, until it's really severe before they seek medical care and have to go to the hospital. So if you're having any symptoms, to please call your primary doctor and get guidance. They can give you information whether you need to come in and be seen, you know, what testing you may need to have, and whether, you know, it's so severe that you may need to go to the hospital. But as much as possible, we are trying to have people avoid going to the hospital, even for some things that end up being minor, because the hospital is already overwhelmed. We need to really decompress them and have them focus on the truly high risk emergency situations. And already there, I mean, we don't want to send any more people who are waiting to be seen because you know, it's minor symptoms, or it's only been 1 or 2 days. But if it's serious, please seek medical attention and get the, you know, the medical assistance that you need.
Right.
You have any update on the testing at DOC? I think Anton Uggen was saying that they should be testing this week.
Yes, we've been testing individuals, and so far that from the samples that we've taken care of, they are all negative, and so that's a good sign. You know, DOC too has really stepped up their measures to prevent, you know, the introduction of the virus, be it through their staff or at the for the inmates or detainees, because again, as congregate setting, they are at high risk, and so this is part of our testing plan that, you know, we have to test the congregate setting, and so we will work on continuing the testing with them throughout the next few months, because they are high risk and they're one of our targeted groups that we want to do continue testing throughout this outbreak response.
What about booze cruises? Sorry, we just had a comment. Are booze cruises allowed?
That will come out in more detail. I mean, it's technically outdoor, right? If you're out on the deck. The issue is the crowding inside the boat. And again, so that public health guidance, will address that in more detail with the guidance that will be coming out, which should be out by today.
Like at 5:55?
Hopefully sooner, but yes, that's something that it's a collaborative effort within our department.
Yeah. Well, you know, we got deadline, girl. We got deadline.
Yeah, we want to make sure because it's the weekend.
Yeah.
So.
It's tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
The executive order kicks in tomorrow, so yes, we will have to have it out by today.
Right. Dr. Ann, final words?
We are seeing, we're getting a little bit more help. We've got some people funded by the CDC Foundation for at least limited term appointments, helping us with case investigation, contact training. We have a microbiologist on loan from Health and Human Services, and we've got some local hires. Even though it's limited term, it might be able to segue into an actual additional position. So I think we're in better shape than we were in the surge in August. So and these are things that we've been working on for months, and it's taking time to get these people on board, but it should help our capacity.
Right on.
All right.
Annette, thank you.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Stay safe. Yeah, stay home. When are we going to get our tats, guys?
Your what?
We're
gotta get
going
our
to get
tats.
tatted up.
Schedule by appointment.
Dr. Ann, we're making an appointment.
Just go up to Northern.
Right on.
They'll
Okay.
swap. Well, are you symptomatic? Are you
No, Doc. I
Tattoos.
said tats.
We
Tattoos.
gotta get
Yeah,
the
we're
link.
gonna get our tattoos. I want to get a teardrop. A Laddie Stone, though.
No, don't
It'll
do
be
that.
like a teardrop, but with a
do that.
Laddie Stone. Is that approved? Are we able to get Laddie Stone? Okay. Thank you, ladies. We'll see you.
Okay.
That's that. Okay, bye. 804.
You gotta get a tattoo. You gotta go on a booze cruise.
Oh, goodness. Lord almighty. Hey, thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV. It's Friday. Woohoo! Betness. Hi. Estajos. Jump on over to the breeze. KUAM FM and Agotni Guam 93.9. We're also streaming on the KUAM News Facebook Live page. Lillian Posadas, the hospital administrator, is coming up. Plus, gyms. We're going to hear from some of the gyms.
Yeah, we're gonna have. Who would we have on?
We got Ian from Bridge Fitness, Gabe from Carlson Gracie, JJ from Steel, and Sam from Custom Fitness. We also got Peggy Denny coming up on the show, and 9:15 childcare. We'll talk with Adventures in Learning, Dewey Huffer, Nanny Childcare, Mr. Joe Soriano, and the acting president of the Guam Child Care Association, Ed Joshua. That's all coming up here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Small businesses are an important foundation in our island's growing economy. They provide essential goods and services to our community while preserving local traditions and creating new job opportunities. Your responses to the 2020 Census of Guam will help small businesses receive the information they need to thrive for years to come. Respond today. Together, we can make a difference.
What is Guam COVID Alert? It's a community of people who care about the safety of others during these unprecedented times. It's thanks to the PathCheck Foundation of over 1,000 volunteers collaborating from all over the world to create a unified solution. It's Apple and Google partnering up to develop a Privacy by Design app that uses randomized Bluetooth keys instead of identifying information to send notifications of exposures to others. It's PathCheck, Google, and Apple's marketing teams providing marketing toolkits to ensure Guam has all the possible resources to make this effort a success. It's the Governor's Office, Public Health, and the Office of Technology uniting with all these experts to find a solution to help slow the spread of COVID-19 on Guam. It's all of these things coming together for one simple thing: to protect our neighbors, brothers, sisters, and all the people of Guam, especially during these times of uncertainty. Help Guam stop COVID. Add your phone to the COVID fight. For more information, visit guamcovidalert.guam.gov.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired, but there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
Cannot cease from staring at your body. You sway like palm trees. That palm breeze, you're fresher than fruit squeeze. Now I can't refrain.
Good morning.
Every time the phone rings, I'm off the chain quick. I'm hoping it's you, babe. I'm feeling for you, babe. Them thick lips, sexy thighs, baby, got it going on. For you, I sing this song. Come on. And I never wanna let you go. Never let you go.
Well, welcome to the soft opening.
11, 12, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 4 hours. 4 hours.
Yep, 4 hours away from a very soft opening.
Just a reminder, just because we're reopening slowly, gradually phasing in the reopening of these businesses, please wear your mask. Practice social distancing.
Right.
And if you don't need to go out, then stay home.
I know. If you don't need to get a tat or you get your nails done or get a haircut, a lot of people need haircuts.
Right. This is a safer at home advisory.
Right.
And we're still in PCOR 1. Sorry, we don't know how long.
Yeah, we don't know how
It all
long.
depends on all of us.
But I mean, if you think about it, the governor got us off her back because now she's like, well, I don't know how long it's going to be. Don't come back next week bothering me with, am I going to extend it? I don't know. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's what you... Is that what you guys heard? Because that's what I heard. I heard, like, get off my back. I'm tired of seeing you guys every week. But then, my ears are a little different. It's 8:15, the show, First Wine Bank, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E. It's The Link, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, Jason Salas, Joe Sir. My name's Chris. Good morning. Also brought to you by the Thrive Coalition. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Come on and thrive with us. Here's one comment. Openings are because GovGuam itself is broke. They need businesses to open and pay taxes on profits. Yeah, that's the whole economy thing.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have questions about GovGuam agencies, what's open, what's not.
Yeah.
We have to wait for the guidance for...
You think that would be first, maybe, before they tell us how we can go get a tattoo? They should have figured out, okay, can you get a driver's license? Can you do this? Can you do that? So what we're anticipating is there's going to probably be an avalanche of press releases that come out today from all the different agencies saying, okay, this is how we're doing this and this is how we're doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to read this again just so people know.
Thank you.
This is the executive order for Government of Guam operations. It says that federal government and Government of Guam agencies shall be permitted to operate at no greater than 25% occupancy load and must implement mitigation measures set forth in applicable public health guidance, including social distancing, surface cleaning, and mask wearing. Customer service functions critical to the health and safety to the community may continue full operations. Business-related customer service operations are authorized on a limited basis subject to approval by public health. All other customer service functions may occur by appointment, and that is with regards to Government of Guam operations. So they shall be permitted to operate, but at no greater than 25% occupancy. I think that's what that said, right?
Yeah. We got some more comments here coming in on our Facebook live feed. Laugh out loud. Larry and Darlene Bowermaster write, stay home order? Ain't no one listening to that. It's more like, let's drive around and bring my whole family with me. Virus is bad on our island because people don't follow orders, and our governor falls to the crybaby business owners. Ooh, ow. Executive stay home order infinite. And we're also getting comments here from Michelle, who, and this is so tragic, she's coming home for her father's funeral. And Michelle, what we're hearing is, I know that the doctors are trying to work on getting a doctor on the exemption. There's like an exemption board. So anytime you are trying to get out of GovGuam quarantine, you can either wait for the government of Guam to not do their paperwork and you get released by the judge. Or you can put in, a hardship request or some kind of exemption request, for example, in a funeral. It's so confusing with the funerals because I remember a few weeks ago they did this so-called pilot program where they allowed, and this is kind of like the whole rapidly evolving, and they make a decision, and then if it doesn't work, they withdraw it. But they had allowed people in quarantine to actually go from quarantine in a bus over to a funeral home for a viewing. And they said, oh, this is a test run. We're going to try it out. And I think after a couple of days, they're like, yeah, we don't want to do this anymore. Michelle Mendiola, who's commenting.
The first thing with that, though, is you had to tell the funeral homes that there was...
they didn't tell the funeral homes, of course. So, yeah. They're implementing the new quarantine policy, too, right, Bree?
Yeah, that starts Saturday. So when you come into Guam, everybody's still required to do the 14-day mandatory quarantine at a GovGuam facility. But on day 6, you will be able to test out. And if you test negative, then you can be released on day 7. But you still have to quarantine at home. You can't go out and gallivant. You have to stay home and do the remaining 7 days of quarantine.
Speaking of being in quarantine, our very own Adriana Cotero is now on day 13 of her quarantine. I know she's scheduled, I believe, to be released, and she's doing the full 14 days over at is it the
Dusit
at the Dusit, yeah. And she's tomorrow evening, I believe, she's scheduled to be released. You know, I was also thinking of something, guys, because it was interesting how we were just talking to the public health ladies, and I mean, obviously, healthcare concern by its nature is at the top of their primary objective, and they were saying that 25% occupancy, or depending on what kind of operation you are for your business, that's manageable from their standpoint. We can kind of control that, and that's tolerable. But I remember what Gina Campos was saying yesterday, Chris, when you guys had a very impassioned dialogue back and forth on the show, and she was saying, and she's like, okay, but you tell us, if we're businesses open in 25%, she's like, we can't, we're still losing money operating at 25%. And that was her criticism. And she's like, let us open and let us do things at a somewhat larger capacity. And, and you saw everybody else, the small business owners, they were all, nodding their heads. Their heads were all on swivels. And they're like, yeah. I also remember something, and, I'm kind of thinking in terms of sound bites, was our buddy Lenny Farron came on at the way beginning of the, and we had him on, and he wasn't even on Zoom when the show was still called Containing COVID. And he was saying, when they were talking about doing with Kitchen Lingo, and he goes, we've engineered this dining experience to be very intimate, be very personable, and if we cut our capacity and our vacancy to like 25%, he's like, we're not going to run an entire restaurant, just for 3 people at a time. That just doesn't make financial sense. So you've got these two, competing factions of, there's the healthcare concerns and the economic concerns, going back and forth. And Twitter is all abuzz with this right now. There's a lot going on in Twitter. People making arguments both pro and con on either side.
Right, and now you have businesses that are trying to find the money to change up how they do business, like the restaurants. Some, like you said, some restaurants are more catered toward dine-in. So now they're probably going to go buy out all the canopies and, at Kmart or wherever to try and do outdoor dining.
Everyone's
and they're going to have to pay money to do that. Money they probably don't even have. So it's just a mess.
Yeah.
There's sorry, I'm thinking about another soundbite that on the second episode of In Full Zoom, when we first started this 8 months ago, Nestor had, Chris, friends of ours, Greg and Janice Sablan from American Music, who, by the way, just moved over to us. They moved from their Tamuning location, and now they're over here on Harmon Loop Road. And they were even saying, and they speculated, they said, a lot of small businesses got hit really, really hard with this first wave. And
all
we're
of
suffering.
them. All of them.
Yeah, and they're like, if there's another second wave, and this is way back in like April, there's going to be a lot of small businesses that aren't going to be able to make it out of this. And that was a harrowing projection back then. That was echoed yesterday when John Titano was saying what happened with Java Junction.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there are any businesses that are just looking at this like 25% occupancy and saying it's not even worth it. We're going to lose money. Because like Gina said, they would only be happy, some of them would only be happy if they were just allowed to open all the way.
Yeah, you run the numbers, and any business person, you just break out Excel and you run a few computations, and it just does not make sense. I mean, and like she even made the point, she goes, businesses are incurring additional costs for keeping people on staff that have to completely sanitize and disinfect. They're buying masks and equipment and things that wouldn't normally be on their expense inventory anyway, and they're doing all of this on top of the fact to run at normal capacity. And she's like, it just doesn't work out.
I mean, but then again, it's a whole new world, and yeah, I mean, that's just the cost. I'm sorry, that's the
cost of doing business
during a pandemic. Yeah, you got to protect, not just the businesses have a responsibility to protect not just their employees by cleaning and sanitizing the workplace and providing the mitigating measures like face masks and all that stuff.
Okay, so
but
does
they
that-
also have to do the same thing for the customers.
So
right?
does that now mean, working out the economics of this, that the price of goods is going to have to proportionally go up? Like, you're a big fan of empanada, and going there and buy. Well, how much is an empanada on a per unit basis, like per piece? Like what, $1.75?
Yeah, $1.50 if you're lucky.
Okay, so now what would happen if it went up to $2.10 because of the additional cost? And they're just like, it's what we had to do.
You know what might help also is if they had these physicians advisory group meetings or the economic advisory panel meetings just open,
right?
So everybody can hear and see what's happening and how these decisions are made.
Maybe we wouldn't be out here hating or criticizing on things if we had an inside view of how these decisions were made, right?
Yeah, and just the community in general, especially these small businesses, so they have an idea, what's being planned, and then provide their input at the same time. I mean, yes, you have the Chamber of Commerce, and they represent X amount of small businesses, but I think for our leaders to actually hear from them, that might maybe help instead of, and I appreciate them coming on to our show.
Right, we're
and
very
sharing
lucky.
their stories.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess that's all they have right now, is so that people can hear, their struggles and hopefully help formulate some of the decisions that are being made.
Yeah, and I mean, the governor repeatedly during the press conference yesterday had said that, what was it she said? She feels or she understands?
She
totally understands. Totally the plight of the businesses.
And one thing that I am thinking of is, especially with small businesses, because small businesses are very agile, by their nature, they always have to adapt. But the one thing that so many businesses have told us on this show and the other shows that we produce is that we're used to, adapt, overcome, improvise, kind of like, almost like how a military unit would do it. We constantly change and we modify our operations, to fit the environment. This thing is changing on an almost daily basis. We never really get a handle on it because what you would see is businesses being innovative, being creative, being proactive. And with this thing, it's just like you have no idea what's going to happen one day to the next.
And we just got
there's no footing.
Some information. It was just released by the Joint Information Center. This is just breaking that the JIC was just notified that Guam's 39th COVID-related fatality occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital at around 8:40 last night. He was transferred to GMH after testing positive upon admission to Guam Regional Medical City on August 28th. The patient was a 66-year-old man with underlying health conditions that were compounded by COVID-19. You just heard it. Guam has recorded its 39th COVID-related fatality.
826 on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. We'll hopefully get more information on that breaking news piece with Lillian Posadas, the hospital administrator, who's coming up next right here on the link on The Breeze. Good morning.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Battling COVID-19 is an unprecedented global challenge. To get communities around the world back up and running as quickly and safely as possible, public health authorities are building smartphone apps to help with contact tracing. Contact tracing is one of the best ways to stop a virus from spreading. It can take thousands of disease investigators to alert everyone who's been in contact with people who've tested positive. But even if disease investigators do their jobs perfectly, alerting the people a COVID patient doesn't know or can't remember is incredibly difficult. Smartphone apps that public health authorities build can help people at risk of infection get notified much more quickly. But a contact tracing app works best when more people download it. And being asked to download an app without knowing how it will handle your personal information might cause people to worry about their privacy, and they may not feel safe participating. That's why engineers at Apple and Google have been working together to make public health technology that protects individual privacy, so that people never have to choose between their privacy and the health and safety of their community. You're probably wondering what that means and how that all works, and we're going to walk you through it in a second, but first let's be really clear about a couple things. First, apps using this system cannot track your location. And second, this system does not share your identity with Google, Apple, or other users. Here's how that works. For every phone that's opted in, our technology disguises your identity by generating a random sequence of numbers that change every few minutes. Then, using Bluetooth, anytime your phone detects another phone close by that's also opted in, the two exchange those random numbers. If in the future someone's positive for COVID-19, they can report that positive result in their app. Any phones that had exchanged random numbers in the last 14 days will receive a notification that they may have been exposed to COVID-19 without revealing their identity. Public health authorities can then help anyone at risk get testing and treatment. But it's up to all of us to help with contact tracing. Do your part and look for your public health authority app that uses this exposure notifications system. The more people who participate, the sooner we can beat COVID-19 and get our communities back on their feet.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired, but there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
Well, good morning. 8:33 The Link, The Breeze, 93.9. My name's Chris. Hi. Friday, the 25th day of September. Let's go right into the KUAM News Zoom room where Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas is standing by. Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning. Good morning, Guam.
We just got the breaking news here of the island's 39th COVID-related fatality. So I guess we could just start there. What can you tell us?
This is an individual who's been here. Sorry, I'm trying to refresh my memory as far as it's a 66-year-old male individual who was admitted since the 28th of August, and he was on a ventilator and has some multiple comorbidities. And he was initially seen at the emergency room of GRMC and then transferred to GMH. And was on the ventilator, and it's sad to say that he fought COVID, and we tried to help him with it, manage his treatment, and unfortunately his system, his health was just so compromised with the comorbidities that he succumbed to the COVID infection. It just ended his life, and it's very sad. So our condolences and prayers to the family.
Lillian, was he on a ventilator?
Yes, he was.
on a
I guess I wasn't loud enough to say that he was. Okay. I said it earlier. I mentioned it earlier that yes, he was on the ventilator.
Are you able to tell us with the comorbidities? Are you able to tell us if it was diabetes or what it was?
Yeah, I guess it is. One of them is diabetes. Yes.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a lot of people the people that have been passing, they've been in the hospital since last month, 3-4 weeks.
Right.
The people that are on, how many people? Well, let's just start with the census for today.
Right. 31. We have 31 in the house. Of the 31, 11 of them are at the ICU level of care. And we have 7 individuals on ventilator.
Out of the 7, how long can you kind of tell us how long, or on average, how long they've been on the ventilator?
So one of them's been here since the 19th of August. And then one on the 29th of August also. So those are the longest who've been here. The 19th and the 29th of August. The others are this month, starting with September 2. Yes, starting with September 2.
I see. Can you give us an update on the repairs that are being done by the Army Corps of Engineers contractor? It's Hanson Phelps, right? Hanson Phelps is the one that's doing the work?
Yes, they're the private contractor that Army Corps is working with to then augment and enhance the electrical circuits in the COVID Care 3 up on 4th floor and COVID Care 4, which is on 3rd floor, so that we can then make sure that individuals who are on hemodialysis treatment, each room will now have that additional electrical source to then plug in the hemodialysis machine and the reverse osmosis process in those rooms. And if they are on ventilator, we can run both of those, all the medical equipment. And so that's where we are right now with the Army Corps of Engineers.
Has their work hampered GMH's abilities or space to accommodate more ICU, more patients that need ICU level of care? I mean,
what was the initial part of the question?
Are you having to move ICU level of care patients to different areas, or do you have the space in other areas of the hospital to move patients who need ICU level of care while these repairs are being done?
Right. We've moved some of them down to the second floor ICU because we do have 12 beds in there that also have the negative air pressure in each room. So we've moved those individuals in there. Right now, the Care 2, which was our initial ICU COVID unit that can house 4 ICU patients on ventilator, we've cleared that out so that we can have the contractor add in electrical circuits again for hemodialysis, because that area was really initially a special services clinic. We converted it to a COVID ICU care unit, and although we can accommodate individuals on ventilator in there, we couldn't do both ventilator and dialysis machine because the electrical source was just not available. We did not have that capacity. So now the contractor is working to augment, to enhance and add in additional electrical circuits for then the hemodialysis capacity.
Mm-hmm.
How sick are these patients that we have under your care, Lillian, the COVID patients? Because I remember you had said the last batch that was very, very sick. They're
very sick, very sick, with multiple comorbidities. Many of them are still on supplemental oxygen, either high flow or regular nasal cannula at 2 liters or 3 liters. Some of them are on CPAP, continuous positive air pressure, oxygen source, and then 7 of them are on ventilator. So they are pretty sick with respiratory, and they are hypoxic, and that's why they're needing the oxygen, supplemental oxygen.
I know last time we asked you when the island was reopened if you had any comments on that, thoughts on that, and I remember that you had some comments about it. So what are your thoughts this morning as we anticipate in about 3 hours this so-called soft opening of a bunch of different types of businesses?
Right, relaxation of some of the restrictions.
Right.
And so, of course, we're going to anticipate, and we continue to plan and anticipate people coming in, especially those who've tested positive from the previous, results of, 40-some, 30-some. We can anticipate that perhaps 20% of that, number of individuals with positive results may need to come into the hospital, especially if they've got some immunized, they're immune compromised, they've got comorbidities, they've got some respiratory conditions, they may get exacerbated and they may need to be hospitalized if they develop pneumonia and are having a hard time breathing and they're not getting adequate oxygenation. We're going to anticipate that they come in. And so hopefully that they don't, and that they, continue to heal and recover from it, keeping themselves isolated, and they manage it. Hopefully that's the goal, is that they manage their condition and they monitor their symptoms, and so that they continue to heal and recover from it, so they don't need to come into the hospital. But although they need to, they're having some respiratory symptoms, they're feeling that they're not getting enough oxygen into their system, then definitely they need to get medical attention. So we're anticipating that they will come in. They may come in.
Right.
In anticipation that more patients might need ICU level of care, and you've got these renovations underway. Are you working with GRMC, I guess, to provide that extra support in case you needed to provide that ICU level of care in the event that you run out of space?
What was the question? Initial part of the question? Are we working with who?
Guam Regional Medical City. Because
yes,
you've got renovations underway, and so you're kind of shifting people around, patients that might need ICU level of care. But as we reopen and in anticipation that who knows what might happen, what's in place with GRMC to be able to handle the extra load of patients that might need ICU level of care?
Right. We've assigned some of our nurses, medical surgical nurses over to GRMC to handle non-COVID patients. And so we continue to try and decompress our non-COVID inpatient units. And so that way we can have an additional 67 beds if we need to accommodate COVID patients. Right now we have 66 bed here in the acute site. If we need, if there is another surge of COVID patients, and then we also have the SIF 54 beds. And if we do decompress the med-surg surgical telemetry units, that's an additional, I believe, 67 beds that we can then open up for COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we do have the bed capacity. Hopefully that we don't have 400 individuals needing to come into the hospital. So, that's when we're going to really need to, work with the government and in terms of getting that blue tent, the blue medical tent, if we need to. But hopefully we won't. So we'll
I thought
deal
that
with
was
what we've
ordered.
got right now. What was that?
I thought that was ordered, the blue med tents.
Right, it is ordered, but we haven't yet seen the final official that it is ready to be, resurrected if we need to in our parking lot. So, but then again, that's going to need staffing also. So, that's the other challenge. But we do have the additional resources, specialized and experienced nurses they are experienced with COVID. And so we now have them on board because we are, going to be losing the DOD EMAC, hopefully in a gradual phase out process. But we have to also be prepared for that. And, we lost 20 of our own registered nurses. From the time we started having these COVID patients in here, we lost 20 nurses, staff nurses, from March to this month. We lost through a resignation. They don't want to work here. They don't want to be in this COVID environment. And some of them also took the option of retiring. So, imagine we lost 20 nurses. We also had 28 nurses who had COVID infection. So, we were really down 48 nurses. And so that's why we needed to have this infusion of, additional staffing resources, especially those who have ICU, emergency room, hemodialysis, and telemetry experience, and in a COVID environment, in a COVID hospital.
So how concerned are you come next week when the DOD team of nurses leaves? Because it sounds like you're still going to be down.
Right. We are concerned, absolutely, and that's why we've requested for an extension. And so we're just waiting now for the official decision of FEMA and DOD and HHS if that's going to be approved.
Can I just ask you a couple ops questions we had in the comments here? One on the visiting. Is it going to be allowed now that we're in PCOR 1 light? And also the business office. People writing, I need to pay my bill before they garnish my tax.
Right. They can come in and pay their bills. We have accommodated people, and they do. We also have the online mechanism for people to pay their bills. But yes, we have, they certainly can come in to pay their bills. And, we do have a process, and we do have, in place to keep the social distancing. We have the plexiglass. So there's, minimizing the transmission, on face-to-face service. So people can still come in and do pay their bills. But in terms of visitation, we haven't yet made a decision to, lift some of those restrictions. We continue to accommodate the request of patients, both COVID and non-COVID, if they need or if they would like spiritual services. We work with the Catholic, with the Archdiocese, and also and other religious, services that are available. They're welcome, but they just need to communicate that with our nurse management units and the doctors, the physicians. So, but as far as allowing the visitation, we're going to revisit that to see how we can accommodate the families to see their loved ones, and so, and part of the restrictions of the that's been sent out by the executive order, the governor's executive order, is still no congregation in waiting areas. So we're going to need to try and make sure we enforce that.
Lillian, what happens if the feds don't grant this gradual extension of this medical team?
Okay. Well, I mean, it will be great. It will be to our advantage, to the advantage of the patients, because then it allows us to then make sure that we have a safe and a smooth transition between the DOD nurses and the staffing solution nurses that are now on board and are on boots on the ground, because they're going to, get oriented to the unit. They're going to need to get acclimated to our electronic health record system, our policies, and, how we do things here in this organization. So it's going to be, really beneficial, helpful that we have that safe and smooth transition handing off.
Right, but what if they say no to our request?
Well, then we just have to, deal with who we have right now with this staffing solution company and our own staff nurses here. And there is another travel nurse company that we have an agreement with since 2018. We've also requested from them to send us some nurses with the specialties of ICU and hemodialysis. So that's an ongoing communication and request that we've asked this other staffing solution agency.
I see. Is there any other work that needs to be done to the Guam Memorial Hospital that you foresee us making a request to FEMA or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers? Because I know we had Dr. Jolene Uggan on, and she was talking about the leaks in the roofs. Is there anything else on the table?
What we have requested when we've met with the DOD authorities is that some medical equipment that we would need. We're working on getting our Wi-Fi capacity enhancement. The telemedicine, we have asked to help us with that one so that they can enhance, and so that the physicians don't have to constantly go in and out of the patient rooms. They can see the patient through that telemedicine capacity and do their assessment, communication with the patient, and so those are the three items that we have asked DOD to help us with. The leak, the roof leak, that's something that we've already started to work on, and so we just need to continue pushing that along. That we need to get the leaking roof repaired.
Well, how soon are we going to see that repaired?
We'd like to see it since several months ago, but given all the other things that are happening, but we are pushing it.
Any other structural repairs that need to be done and that will be done?
Well, in the operating room, I think we need to get that HVAC. That's something that we need to continue working on for now. I can't remember all the other structural issues. So, right, we're moving along with getting the comm center, the Z wing, the dilapidated, condemned Z wing right at the front. We need to move out the comm center that's in that corner and clear out the medical records that are in there stored, so that we can then get that Z wing demolished.
Okay.
All right.
Yes. Thank you, Lillian.
Okay.
Well, have a good
You take
weekend.
care.
Yeah. When are we getting our tattoo?
When are we going to what?
Are we getting our tattoo or what?
Tattoo? What are we going to tattoo?
I don't know.
I'm not into tattooing.
I never got one yet, so I figured, but now I can get one. So
Okay.
I'll let you know.
All righty.
That's
Take care.
Have a good weekend.
Be
Be
safe.
safe. Okay.
All
Bye.
righty.
Wash your hands.
Thank
8:52, we're coming back with gyms next on The Breeze. It's The Link, 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Small businesses are an important foundation in our island's growing economy. They provide essential goods and services to our community while preserving local traditions and creating new job opportunities. Your responses to the 2020 Census of Guam will help small businesses receive the information they need to thrive for years to come. Respond today. Together, we can make a difference.
Battling COVID-19 is an unprecedented global challenge. To get communities around the world back up and running as quickly and safely as possible, public health authorities are building smartphone apps to help with contact tracing. Contact tracing is one of the best ways to stop a virus from spreading. It can take thousands of disease investigators to alert everyone who's been in contact with people who've tested positive. But even if disease investigators do their jobs perfectly, alerting the people a COVID patient doesn't know or can't remember is incredibly difficult. Smartphone apps that public health authorities build can help people at risk of infection get notified much more quickly. But a contact tracing app works best when more people download it. And being asked to download an app without knowing how it will handle your personal information might cause people to worry about their privacy, and they may not feel safe participating. That's why engineers at Apple and Google have been working together to make public health technology that protects individual privacy, so that people never have to choose between their privacy and the health and safety of their community. You're probably wondering what that means and how that all works, and we're going to walk you through it in a second, but first let's be really clear about a couple things. First, apps using this system cannot track your location. And second, this system does not share your identity with Google, Apple, or other users. Here's how that works. For every phone that's opted in, our technology disguises your identity by generating a random sequence of numbers that change every few minutes. Then, using Bluetooth, anytime your phone detects another phone close by that's also opted in, the two exchange those random numbers. If in the future someone's positive for COVID-19, they can report that positive result in their app. Any phones that had exchanged random numbers in the last 14 days will receive a notification that they may have been exposed to COVID-19 without revealing their identity. Public health authorities can then help anyone at risk get testing and treatment. But it's up to all of us to help with contact tracing. Do your part and look for your public health authority app that uses this exposure notifications system. The more people who participate, the sooner we can beat COVID-19 and get our communities back on their feet.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, we're going to talk to the gyms now. Okay. We got to work on getting these gyms to connect. They need like the tattoo shops connect, because obviously someone in the tattoo shop would ran the campaign or something. I don't know. Boy, tattoo shops are going to hate me by the end of this show, but I don't know.
I wouldn't go in to get a tattoo, that's for sure.
They're going to probably put like stupid or... yeah. Like, no,
use
trust
the extra big needle.
Yeah, no, Chris stresses, it's a Lottie Stone teardrop, just like you wanted. 8:57, so let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we've sanitized everything, and we have standing by from Steel Athletics, Angela and JJ, from Carlson Gracie, Gabe Baker, from The Bridge Fitness, Ian Mariano, and from Custom Fitness, we have Samantha. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Half a day.
I don't even know where to start. They opened so many businesses yesterday. I just thought they opened the gyms too, but as you guys well know, they didn't. Mm-hmm. And we'll just go with thoughts on that first of all, and we'll start with Ian. Were you thinking that some announcement was going to be made about gyms and their ability to open yesterday?
Or even can you open? Because I know I've been to your facility. It's just the roll up door, right?
Open air.
Yeah. So, how do you interpret these latest orders?
Yeah, if we're looking at the new standards that were just released with, it's a separate industry, but if like restaurants were able to open outdoor dining, I think that, we can modify our gym settings and, move outside, move our equipment outside. So, I mean, if we're thinking about that, I think we need to find more solutions on how we can open and let the gym owners, the coaches, police that.
Go ahead, JJ and Angela, your thoughts?
I just think right now, I think kind of like the culture is holding us back. We're putting so much priority on eating out when, you go to the grocery store and you see people's carts, they're packed with cookies, beer. I mean, they're calling that essential stuff. They're not blocking that off, but we can't go to the gym and work out. I just think we're a little bit backwards right now.
Gabe?
Yeah, that's my thoughts. My thoughts are the same. Like I said, what's essential and what's not essential. Majority of us, people that are athletes and whatnot, we find our peace of mind at the academies or at our gyms, and it's about our well-being. And then they're pushing us towards, look at Grab and Grub and all this other stuff, just like JJ said about the grocery store. These guys are all up. And Kmart, come on, Home Depot. Even at the same time, all of us gyms, we're actually even have waiver release forms at our doors, even before this COVID stuff. A lot of us even have, my thing says death. Shouldn't we let the people take their own risks, to go to our gyms and go to our academies? And here's the government stopping us from opening up, which is, quite frustrating.
Sam?
I agree with, everything everybody said so far. I had a lot of our members message us and kind of ask can I make an appointment for a personal care visit with you guys? And, we're still technically within the guidelines, but, of course I don't want to be in violation of any rules and regulations. But like Gabe said, there's risk, with any activity that you do in your day-to-day life, you do a risk assessment and there's, you take into account calculated risk, and then you decide from there, do you drive when it's raining? Are your tires bad? Maybe, you want to stay home. Let people make the decision on their own. I think, we're all educated individuals, and, let the consumers decide. As long as the businesses are following the rules and regulations, then I just don't see what more we can do.
Well, they've classified gyms as, what was it they said earlier, a super spreader, or they say the likelihood of the virus being transmitted in a gym setting, it's high risk, is what the territorial epidemiologist told us, because there's, what did she say?
The groceries.
Forceful expulsion of your breath or whatever. You ever deadlift guys and you drop there and you're just like, ugh! I guess that's what she's talking about. So, I want to take it back to what you had said. And applying some of these same principles to gyms that we're applying to eating out, right? So we can eat out outside. Are you guys, if the governor came out and said, okay, gyms, we'll let you guys open, but same thing, you got to do it outdoors, you got to do the 6 feet, all this, stuff. Would you guys be able and willing to do that, Ian?
Of course, yeah. I think that's what we as in this industry, we can adapt. And especially during this time, I think that's going to be our biggest driving factor is, how do we adapt and keep our members coming through our doors, or, coming to our parking lots and, just pulling the equipment out, whatever it is, even if it's 25% capacity, we need to get something going.
Right.
But sitting on the sidelines, watching everyone else, get to play is a little frustrating.
Yeah.
And you're a brand new business. You just opened, I want to say, because I think I came out there just earlier this year, right?
About 9, what is it? Out of the 9 months of the year, we've been open 4 and a half, 5 months.
Right.
So it's been a tough first year.
JJ, same question with you. Would you be willing, are you able to just take everything out to the parking lot?
He didn't hear you.
JJ, can you hear us? JJ, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, it was the same question. Would you be able to take everything outside into the parking lot and run your operation that way while we're all waiting for the next guidance to come out?
I mean, we could definitely pivot that direction, but I mean, it's really not ideal. Like they were talking about earlier, we can go shopping, we can go buy clothes as of Saturday, but we can't exercise. Look at Paradise Fitness. Look how big they are. You know, they're larger than any store that you can go shopping in, but you can't go lift weights and keep social distancing. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think that's my biggest frustration. We're so big on our freedoms, going shopping, going to the beach and barbecuing, but we can't go exercise. I just think that the health prevention industry is taking a big hurt. You know, and meanwhile, the people that are ending up in the hospital are not the ones that are really too concerned, you know, with the diabetes and the obesity rate on island. I just think we're attacking this the wrong direction.
But when you hear though, well, gyms and fitness facilities, they are areas for high infection, high risk. What is your response to that?
I mean, I didn't hear like too many in the news. I remember hearing one from Paradise. I didn't hear anybody from Bridge, Custom, or Carlson Gracie, and I certainly didn't have one. So I mean, the social gatherings. I mean, a month ago I was running on the beach, and you see the beaches are packed. You're telling me that was okay, but us working out is not.
Sam?
I mean, I think our facility is pretty equipped to, I mean, we were following the guidelines during those 2 months we were open. I mean, we have more than, 9,000 square feet of space. Our ceilings are super high. We have, 2 roll-up doors. There's a lot of, fresh air coming in, and we've locked off, space for each member to have their own section. I mean, we were, they were even further apart than 6 feet apart. So, I mean, we could go out into the parking lot if that, makes a huge difference. But, I feel like with at least, with our facility, we're, especially, with like most of these guys that are in this meeting here, like it's monitored exercise. So you kind of have a little bit more say over, where people are. We have, sanitizer stations throughout the gym, EPA approved equipment, hand washing stations. I mean, it's a lot safer than, like you said, going to the mall, to a grocery store. I mean, I don't see people walking around spraying, disinfectant all over the products that people touch.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Gabe? Because this is kind of different. I mean,
Right.
jiu-jitsu, you can't do 6 feet away. There has to be some sort of contact. And I mean, I'm almost scared to say, is this the end of jiu-jitsu?
No. We'll be in the backyard.
Right. Yeah, take it back to the
Not by
backyard.
us, because
Right.
there's a point to me. I mean, honestly, there's a point to me. I'm sure JJ, because JJ falls in the same category. This is unconstitutional. I mean, you're asking us to close down our business, but then you're willing to take our money for power. The government's willing to have, I mean, all these things are in place. You want to take our money from us. Are they going to disconnect our power, our cable? And then our landlords are still asking for rent. I mean, how can you actually ask that from us? You know what I mean? Why aren't they putting laws down that are putting the landlords say, hey, you guys cannot be forcing these people to pay rent? Because how can we pay rent? No, we're not. We don't have any money being made. Well, with even at that too, when you guys reopened up for that month, and we were able to come back and reconvene for our jiu-jitsu. I mean, we did follow guidelines. We did do all the marking off on the mats and whatnot. And then there were still customers or still students that still was iffy about coming, but there were still those people that like, something, I'm just gonna go. They had their own choice. They made their own choice to come. But I still have students that say, hey man, I'm just gonna wait till it clears out. So why not give everybody that opportunity? I mean, I don't say it's the end of jiu-jitsu, because I'm telling you, we'll find a backyard somewhere and come and arrest me, because that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
But all the other stuff that the government's doing is just chaos. You know what I mean? It's unconstitutional.
Let's
This is our right. This is our right. You're messing with us now.
let's talk
As a
about
business.
25% capacity.
I was just going to ask, have you guys had any sort of opportunity to have any discussion to provide your input with the Physicians Advisory Group or public health about your concerns, about what you're willing to do? Not
No,
even.
I mean, no. With jiu-jitsu, I mean, no one has approached us. I mean, because we're like, I look at us like we're the end of the pole. You know what I mean? We're the end of everything because we're so full contact. You know, and we need a partner to train with. So it's really hard. I mean, we've done the Zoom classes, we've done all the online stuff, and it's just difficult. You need somebody to be training with, and whatnot. So, you know, I can't answer for the other gyms, like, you know, us the gym.
Right. And let me just ask, so if they again said, hey, same rules apply for all the other businesses, 25% capacity, do it outside, social distancing, yada, 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 would you guys make enough money to kind of justify operating at that level? Ian?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that question.
So if they said same rules apply as the restaurants and gyms can do it outside with social distancing and all that, but 25% capacity, is that something that you guys would be a level you'd be able to operate at and make your money that you need to pay the power, to pay, you know, for whatever the other costs you have as a business?
Yeah, well, I mean, this all goes back to, you know, I guess the gym size, because, you know, my 25% would be different than, you know, Customs, just in terms of square footage, you know. So mine can be 5 people, you know. So I think that 25%, it's something. I think really just trying to find a way to just open our doors. I mean,
This is one of the things that I was gonna mention too. So you got this, we got this break. I'll say 4 months. So you got people that are in a habit of constantly training, and then you smash them down. They're not allowed to do anything. This becomes their habit as well now. Now it's time to try to get our people back in the doors, back into training, back into doing their old routines. And even at that, I mean, even when we first opened back up, it was just trying to get back people's engines started back up again. It's just difficult. So, I mean, even that 1 month we had, it wasn't even enough time for us to even get our people back in the doors.
So if you had the opportunity to speak to the Physicians Advisory Group or public health or even the governor, what would you say? Let's start with JJ.
Sorry, say it again.
If you had the opportunity to speak with the Physicians Advisory Group or the Department of Public Health or the governor to make maybe your suggestions or air out your concerns, what would you say?
I don't think I would have anything nice to say, because I think the healthcare industry isn't very preventative as it is. You know, you don't see anybody telling us how to eat better, to recover better, to train more, to move more. I just don't see it right now. I don't think we're there yet in the healthcare industry. You know, like the gyms, we're the health prevention, you know, like we're before insurance. The only reason why you have insurance is in case something happens. We prevent stuff from happening. You know, it's proven, you know, like lower body fat percentages. You just have less underlying health issues, you know. I think the governor had a really good opportunity to say, you know, this virus sucked, but so does any other sickness. I mean, if I catch a cold, it sucks. I'm down for a few days, but you know, it seemed like the governor got COVID, and then a few days later, she was doing interviews. She had a raspy voice, but you know, she was right back in her office, back to work. So she had a great opportunity there to be a beacon of hope, but instead it was doom and gloom, and it has been ever since. I think she did a very poor job of that.
Sam, if you had the opportunity to speak with public health, Physicians Advisory Group, the governor, offer concerns or suggestions on how we can get fitness facilities, gyms back open, what would you say?
You know, a lot of the concern that it seems that they're having is these social gatherings. You know, the argument could be made that, you know, giving people the opportunity to exercise, which, you know, has been proven to, you know, stave off depression, lessen seriousness of cases if you do get COVID, you know, keep you overall more healthy. the case could be made that, you know, if people were to get that 1 hour of somewhat semblance of normalcy, then they might, you know, not be as prone to going out and violating these social gathering rules, because then they have, you know, maybe they'll be more tired at the end of the day because they got their exercise in and they got, you know, somewhat back to their normal routine. And I mean, I feel like going to the gym is probably the best out of all the things. You know, you're not going to, you know, a bar and drinking. You're not, you know, spending money at Ross or whatever it is. You know, you're doing something to benefit yourself. And like JJ said, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You know, it's proven.
Ian, what would your message to the Physicians Advisory Group and the governor be?
Yeah, going back to, you know, what JJ said about healthcare, you know, each year, you know, government employees get to utilize their, you know, their insurance to select a gym, you know, to better their health, you know, to prevent sickness. And, you know, we can't even utilize that. So it's just tough. Yeah.
Gabe? Oh, Gabe's not there. I don't have my glasses on. I can't see.
There he is. Yeah, he's right there. He's kind of in the dark. What's up, Gabe? They already shut off.
Sorry, man.
They already shut off your power.
Outside, working like crazy. The thing about it is that the government, all the people that are making the decisions here, they don't live our lives. They don't have the passion that we do about fitness and health. So of course it's easy for them to judge us and say, okay, they think about us last with the health and fitness industry prior to everything else going on with, like you said, the food and restaurants and all the bars. I'm even surprised the bars. The bars are even worse than, you know what I mean, than anything else. Sorry, bar owners. But yeah, I just feel like they can't speak for us because they're not in our industry. They don't know what's going on. They don't do the day-to-day lives like we have. With work. We care about our clients or our customers or our students. The funny thing about it, you asked Ian earlier about our capacity, 25% capacity. Will it sustain our business? It's not even about that. It's about bringing our people back. You know, we build a camaraderie of our people, our bond of our students. And to take that away from them, because they find it our place to be their second home, their sense of stress relief. To take that away from them, it's just a total different thing. You're talking about mindset and well-being, you know. And if I can get 2 people in, I'd be happy to have them there. So I just feel like they're speaking for us, and they don't live our lives. They don't walk our shoes. You know what I mean? They don't know the benefits that we give. Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself for a second.
So what are you guys? What have you guys been doing? I guess to stay connected with your members and adapt, evolve with this situation, with these orders from the governor, because it sounds like some of you are barely surviving. We'll start with you, Ian. Have you been able to do anything virtually? I mean,
well, here at we started a WhatsApp group chat where JJ sent daily workouts for them to do at home, and then recently we started doing our live on our IG live Thursdays and Saturdays, just to keep members active, stay connected with them.
Sam?
Same, you know, Paul and Ryan, you know, have done a good job at, you know, coming up with workouts that people can do at home with minimal equipment. We did, you know, give out all of our equipment again, like we did last time. The first lockdown, we did live videos daily. You know, I think we all kind of got a little bit burnt out, but we're still providing, you know, the avenue for our members to work out, keep connected, doing challenges with them, doing a couple like kids class videos, stuff like that, just to kind of keep everybody engaged. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I constantly get messages. Everybody wants to get back in, and you know, there are like Gabe said earlier, there are people that are still cautious, skeptical, you know, want to stay home. But for the most part, I feel like, you know, the members want to come back. We have nurses and doctors that are members here, and they seem to think that we were following, good protocol when we were open those 2 months. I don't think we would really change much from what we were doing then. I feel like we did everything in our power to keep our members safe. But yeah, I mean, we're just ready to reopen and get people back in here.
Ian?
Yeah, we use an app, Wodify. Members are still able to see the workouts, log the workouts. They post on social media, we repost. But I mean, same thing, like Sam said, it's, members are, it's getting tough to just do the workouts because we pride our businesses on camaraderie in the community, and we can't do that. So I think this whole norm is going to be a struggle, but again, we're trying to just bring them through our doors, and we just need to find those solutions as soon as possible.
Well, we want you guys to find them too, and that's why we brought you guys on. Thank you so much for sharing your frustrations, guys. I feel like we need to get a good wad in there and get. You guys are kind of dragging a little bit. You know what I mean? Let's be positive and be nice to the governor, and maybe you guys will be allowed to open.
Trying to be nice, Chris. Come on now. Come on.
Is that out loud? Because I didn't.
You were speaking. You should mute yourself.
Oh, let me mute myself. Yeah.
I guess any final comments, guys?
Yeah,
We'll just go
okay.
right around. We'll start with you, Gabe.
Final comments? I don't even know what to say. I'm just like blown away. I mean, it's to the point I'm not sure how the CrossFit gyms do it or how the other gyms are doing it, but they have members that still they're able to do online stuff and do WODs at home and do all this. We can't do nothing. I have to terminate all my contracts. So this is to me, I think this, like I said, it's unconstitutional. There's got to be some laws broken on this. I know there has to be some constitutional laws broken. You can't force me to you can't force us to close down. You can't force me to not make money.
Start with you, Gabe.
Huh? Excuse me? Final comments?
Somebody has Facebook on.
I don't even know what to say. I'm just like blown away. I mean, it's to the point I'm not sure how the process.
Well, it's even better the second time, Gabe.
I think
Yeah.
somebody has. Is that you, Jace? No, somebody has Facebook on.
Yeah.
On.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Sam, final comments.
You can't force me to. You can't force us. Turn that off.
Who's doing?
How you like how you sound, Gabe? Sound like a black belt? No. All
Need
right.
to black belt this Zoom.
Right. Sam, go ahead. Closing statements. Sam.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There's like echo or something going on. Same thing. Give us the opportunity to open. I mean, there's, I see a lot of the comments. I don't know why I read the comments, never read the comments, but, a lot of people are, concerned with small business owners just being greedy and, not caring about the health of the community. And I think, we're in a unique position where our entire livelihood is about caring about the health of the community. And, there's a strong correlation between health and economics. I mean, if our business goes down, we can't pay our health insurance premiums. We're going to get sicker. I mean, just give us the chance to help our island be healthier. And exercise produces endorphins. Give us the opportunity to make our island happier. And let us open.
Mental health. It's mental health as well.
Mental. Ian?
Closing remarks. Give us that opportunity to be coaches. You guys, when you walk through our doors, you entrust us with your health. Give us that, and to our entire fitness community, the jiu-jitsu community. We're fighting for everyone. So.
Thanks, Ian. Is it
Angela?
Yeah, I share the same sentiments. We all want a healthier Guam. We look forward hopefully soon that our members will all come back to all our gyms, the jiu-jitsu community, fitness community. We just want to help, have a healthier Guam here.
Thank you guys for coming on, and we wish you guys the best of luck. I think a lot of people, are
Yeah.
suffering right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Okay. Thanks, guys. That was tough holding my stomach in for the whole interview just because, you guys work out. But see you, man. Shoot, Gabe. That's
a core workout.
That is, right? It's like a static hold for 30 minutes.
I didn't cuss the whole time for you, Chris.
Thank you, Gabe. Thank you. You were close, though. I felt it.
Guys.
Okay, okay, right on. Hey, we'll take a short break. Now that we heard from the gyms, let's go hear from the daycares, right? These three groups. And isn't it just so weird that we have lumped in the same category churches, gyms, schools, daycares, and bars?
High risk. Yeah, I gotta say, my son, and if anybody follows me on Instagram, my son, I did make the choice to allow my son to go to jiu-jitsu class over at Heights Academy. That was a tough decision for me, but I just felt like I had to trust that he's going to be safe, and I just didn't want to continue to live in fear, and I made that choice myself. And he went to jiu-jitsu during PCOR 3, I think it was. Yeah. And he was fine.
Yeah,
he was fine. They had all of the safety protocols in place. They limited the people that could participate in the class. Limited the people parents going into the class. They did the whole sanitizing, all of that.
Right.
My son was okay. He's okay.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, it's not necessarily about living in fear. It's that I can't control the actions of a lot of people. And, being in the media, we hear about these cases where, there's a funeral and it spread here. Or, this person did this, they touched that. So, 9:25. We'll take a quick break, like I said, and come back with some of the daycares. We have Adventures in Learning and Nenny Childcare in our K-Web News Zoom room at 9:25. Good morning.
In this time,
we have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
What is Guam COVID Alert? It's a community of people who care about the safety of others during these unprecedented times. It's thanks to the PathCheck Foundation of over 1,000 volunteers collaborating from all over the world to create a unified solution. It's Apple and Google partnering up to develop a Privacy by Design app that uses randomized Bluetooth keys instead of identifying information to send notifications of exposures to others. It's PathCheck, Google, and Apple's marketing teams providing marketing toolkits to ensure Guam has all the possible resources to make this effort a success. It's the Governor's Office, Public Health, and the Office of Technology uniting with all these experts to find a solution to help slow the spread of COVID-19 on Guam. It's all of these things coming together for one simple thing: to protect our neighbors, brothers, sisters, and all the people of Guam, especially during these times of uncertainty. Help Guam stop COVID. Add your phone to the COVID fight. For more information, visit guamcovidalert.guam.gov.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired, but there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Stay in your lane, cause we all have a different path. Don't worry, they all lead to the same place. Stay in your lane, no matter who's been weaving in and out. Going through the same, but not the same things. Same, but not the same. Going through the same, but not the same. Same, but not the same. Going through the same, but not the same.
Good morning.
Half a day.
Friday, whoa! Betness P-Core Fun starts at noon.
Safer Home Advisory. Don't forget that.
Yeah, that's supposed to mean you're safer at home.
Yeah.
Is what that's supposed to mean.
But you can go,
go
dine out,
yeah,
but with your family.
Literally
but not more than
dine
6.
out. Right.
You can
you can go get Fido a buzz cut. You can go get your
nails.
chihuahuas. You can go get your chihuahua dreadlocks.
You can get your nails done.
You can get your toenails done.
You can get your hair done.
You could get your causes scraped.
You can get a tattoo.
You can get a tattoo. Yeah, you can. But you can't go to the gym. Let's say you work in a business that's now allowed to operate. Let's say you are a tattoo artist and you got to go to work now because Chris and all the people who came on the show are going to get a tattoo 25% apart from each other. You can't take your kids to daycare, though, if you're going to give me a tattoo, because daycare is non-essential. And so let's bring on more non-essential businesses. Sorry, I hate to throw around the N-word like that, guys, and I hope you don't take it personally, but just we're essential, okay? But somehow in this crazy world, you guys are labeled non-essential, yet we're allowing more businesses to open, which in turn means more people have to go to work, which in turn means more people are needing childcare. It's kind of funny how that works. I mean, I see it. I don't know why our government leaders don't see it. Who the hell they think is going to watch these kids when you open these businesses for people to go to work? Nino and Nina cannot watch them because you told us same household.
That's hilarious.
It is not supposed to be hilarious, though, but you know.
Hey, man, these times you just kind of gotta laugh.
Laughter is the best medicine. It's right up there with working out at the gym. Right up there. So we got from Adventures in Learning in Jotnia. We have Dewey Huffer. He's on the your left of the Zoom screen. And we have Mr. Joe Soriano of Nenny Child Care. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Half a day, everybody. Half a day, Sabrina, Chris. Thank you guys for having us on. We really appreciate this opportunity to share with the community the struggles, and hopefully we can have a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel after this meeting. But what questions do you guys have for us, and we'll go from there.
Well, first of all, how are you surviving? I guess is the first question. Are you surviving?
Barely. Right now, we're very fortunate that the Block Grant Division of Public Health, Elsa, Terry, and their team have really been able to kind of compensate us a little bit during this hard time. They've been working hard on the CARES Act grant. So most centers were able to submit that grant, and now we're hoping that we can get some assistance from that as well. Of course, it's not the assistance that we would hope and dream of. It's going to be a little bit every month, but that should help us at least stay open. Maintain the cost of rent, power, main essential bills that we need to operate. Less, of course, payroll. Now, payroll is the biggest cost. The main thing that we're having an issue with is the essential and non-essential. We, of course, like everybody else, we believe we're essential, and that comes from the idea that the parents are the ones who need us. And if there are essential workers, as you were mentioning earlier, that the tattoo artists and everybody else, but the police officers, the firemen, all of these critical people that for our community need our services. And right now they're resorting to their family, friends. They've got older siblings babysitting younger siblings. So we get a lot of calls from parents that need us. So, by relationship, I think we are very essential in that this essential workers need us in order to go to work, as you mentioned. One thing I do want to point out is that a lot of the centers worldwide have never shut down during any of lockdowns throughout the world. They were able to maintain operations for those essential personnel, and that was something we were never given the opportunity to do, and that's why we were fighting so long and hard a few months ago when we were able to get that opened. Unfortunately we were only able to open for a few weeks. But the struggle is very difficult. If we are going to have to operate at 25 or 50%, we will have to close. And that's the reality. The thing to take away from this is that we are no longer daycares. A lot of people believe, hey, you know, I need a babysitter, and that's why I go to work. I send my kid to, you know, to daycare, and we have not been daycares for a very long time. For the past 15 years, we've been upgrading. We go through extenuous training and educating these children. The thing to realize that the public needs to understand is that from 0 to 5 years of age, the brain is developing exponentially higher than any other group of people in the world. So you think of that, right? I mean, you try to learn a language. If you want a child to learn a language or a person to learn a language, 0 to 5 is when they're going to learn that language easiest, and waiting till they're older is going to have less of an effect. Does that make sense? You guys kind of understand that?
Of course. Let's bring it over to Mr. Soriano, and we'll shoot it back over to you, Dewey. But in the few weeks you were able to open, Mr. Soriano, what were your customers saying to you when they came in and they were able to drop those kids for that small period during PCOR 3?
And that was also on a limited, and that was also on a limited capacity, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we were very grateful that we were able to open, and we had the parents, the kids were learning a lot. The parents were grateful. We had some first responders that did come in. I mean, it's hard when you see an empty room like this. And that's what's happening right now. The rooms are empty. And what we need to do is reopen our centers so that we can cater to educating our kids and the parents getting back to work and so forth. Those are the things that are essential.
Mhm.
I don't know why child care centers are really considered non-essential. I know education is one of the greatest things that we need to revitalize and get it moving. Well, the Department of Education is having a tough time right now with individual virtual learning. We need kids in the classrooms is what's is required. Of course, we have to follow all the protocols necessary to protect everyone, the kids, the teachers, and parents, and the public, of course. Those are things that is important to us. We are trying to survive with whatever we have. We're very grateful that CARES Act money is on the island. And those are things that are helping the island survive, I guess. But I know a lot of people are suffering at this point in time. Businesses are closing. We don't know what the future is going to entail for all of us, especially in the childcare industry.
Right.
And as Louis said, we're not babysitters. We're educators. We
Mhm.
educate the youngest minds in our community, and that's very important. I feel that the CARES Act that we're applying for will help us, but the truth of the matter is we need to open. We need to educate our kids. We need to start getting back to the new norm as it is.
How does it?
And I think that's very important, that the message. I like that new ad that Jason has sent out, that the young generation is sending out a strong message that let's do social distancing in a very safe manner. I feel that the new generation is coming forth, and they're sending out strong messages. I know there's a lot of businesses that are suffering and a lot are closing. I know it's sad that we see the streets at Tumon, for example, is very empty. My wife and I would go down to exercise at one of the beach sites just for for that purpose, outdoor exercises. Financially, everyone is hurting. We are hurting. The CARES Act money that is on the island, which public health is trying to, give out to the childcare industry to help us survive, is a blessing at this point in time. Once they get it out, it's been already, I don't know how many months, 5 months since the money has been here, and we yet to receive it. But it's a long process, and I don't blame them for making sure that all the we dot our I's and cross our T's before we give out the funds to the childcare industry.
Right. Dewey, let's ask you as a, and then both you guys, I mean, these are family-owned businesses here, right? What's it like when you see people going to work knowing that they need the childcare, but there's nothing you can do about it, sitting there in an empty childcare facility?
To me, it's very important that we open just for, we actually, all businesses open, people get back to work. And I feel sorry for parents that are having to look for someone to care for their children. The daycares are there; they're ready to open. We're very, we're very sanitized. We're ready. It's a matter of just us reopening and receiving our kids. There's still a lot of parents that are very, very afraid to get their kids back into any classroom setting and so forth. And we acknowledge that, because the virus is really something that we are fighting for in terms of survival.
Right.
What's important is that we have two pandemics on the island. One is the pandemic of our economy, and one is the viruses. This virus that's just hurting everyone, and those are the two pandemics that we have to worry about.
Dewey, your thoughts?
I guess my thoughts is I really feel for the parents. Can you imagine how many parents are teachers? All the teachers, and I believe most teachers have children at home. And, and if you've got younger ones that are, crying for milk, or, making a mess all over the house, pulling on the laptop power cord while your other kids are in class, it makes it very difficult. For me, though, personally, my concern really is the children. The children are the ones suffering the most. Even though the parents are the ones complaining, it's the children suffering the most. They need a routine. They're not growing, they're not learning, they're not developing. A lot of parents have no choice but to put them in front of a tablet or the TV to keep them still so they can get the other things that they need to get done. And the research has shown that that's detrimental to their learning. Anytime we set a child in front of a screen, if it's detrimental, whether it's learning or not. For any child under 5 years of old, all doctors recommend you do not put them in front of a screen. And what's happening now is all of these children are being forced in front of the screen. The older ones are being forced in front of a screen all day to do their online learning. And we're going to see the results 10, 20, 30 years from now, when our future leaders are handicapped because of what we're doing to them. Stifling that growth.
But what would be your response, though, when you hear that the reason why these daycare, childcare facilities are closed is because you're high risk for exposure, high risk for infection, and henceforth you shall remain closed.
Right. So that's the case for everybody, right? I mean, we have to we have to draw this line where it's what's reasonable, what's not. As far as us being high risk, here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is we are one of the most regulated industries on the island. We have stricter regulations than restaurants. Our centers are at least with my center, and a lot of other centers I've seen, are cleaner than most clinics and hospitals. we have a standard that public health holds us to, and that we have individually, and those standards, I mean, I would put them up against any clinic. And that's one of the things is we have been this is not something that's new. We're not new to child development. We've been in this industry Joe has been in it for 20-30 years, right, Joe?
Yes.
My parents opened this center 25 years ago. You know, I grew up around child development and cleaning, sanitizing, you know, disinfecting, teaching children. It's a life. And like the gym people are saying, you know, they're doing the steps. We're doing everything we can. You know, I'm not an expert, but I can tell you that we clean and we maintain rules and regulations, and we follow the strictest guidelines. You know,
Well, having said all that, then you're highly regulated. You're disinfecting on the daily. You're cleaning every second of the day. So,
right.
Why haven't have you guys talked to public health? Have you stressed that? You know, and asked why are we still shut down?
You know, for us, we don't know. We don't know what to do. We're kind of out of options. You're our best outlet. You guys allowing us to come on and voice our opinions here. You know, we're on lockdown, so us short of, you know, going to the meetings. We were blessed before. We had the opportunity to go before the meetings and talk to the Physicians Council. They heard our plea, and they said that they were going to recommend to the governor that we could open. You know, and another thing too is, like everybody else in the community, we're assuming that we're opening this Friday. We were assuming that we would be allowed to open on Monday, this whole week. That's what we've been assuming, right? We're under the assumption that there's only a 1 week lockdown, and that next week we'll be allowed to open. So right now we're preparing for that, making sure, you know, even though our centers are closed, there's a lot of administrative work that has to be done, a lot of cleaning that has to continue and be maintained. So we're still forced with the daily operations as directors and as owners, and so we're still trying to figure out what we're going to do next. I think what we want really is a long-term plan, because it's very difficult for us to say, oh, we're going to go to the governor and complain, when we thought that we were going to be open next week Monday, you know, or we thought we were going to open 2 weeks ago when the first lockdown ended. So the extensions are something that we feel, well, if we're going to go and complain, what about all the other people? You know, every other business is in the same boat, right? So, but that's a very good question. Why haven't we gone before? I can't answer that for anyone else. You know, Joe and I are here representing ourselves, our own centers, but I can tell you we're overwhelmed right now. You know, one of our main leaders, Lonnie, you guys are all familiar with her. She's got 3 kids at home. One's a toddler, you know, and so she's got that on a daily. You know, we have some other people that were asked to be on the show. You know, they have full-time jobs and they own the center. So I can't speak for anybody, but you know, I know for me personally, we're stressed out about the situation, and we don't know who to go to, and so that's why we're really thankful that you guys have helped us to express these frustrations here.
Joe,
and hopefully the governor will hear us, and public health, you know, will let us open.
Yeah, Joe.
I would like to add to Dewey's comments. The biggest problem is we don't have a seat at the table, and the years of the government. I know that Dewey mentioned Lonnie. Lonnie has gone to the women's chamber. Before, what we did was scream, yell, wrote letters to get us open. And I think the government is now on deaf ears at this point in time with any business asking for reopening. And, you know, people are losing hope already. That's the biggest issue. For our centers on the island, our hope is the kids. We're hoping that the government listens to the people, the businesses, the voice of the people, and we need to open, yes, with a lot of caution, but we need to get back to the normal things that we do every day. It's important that we get back to the normal routine that we've been doing. Our voice to the government is we don't have a seat at the table. I think that's the biggest issue we have. You can cry all you want, but if the governor does not feels that we are not ready to open, then it's her decision. She is the individual that make things happen.
Well, all right, gentlemen. I thank you for coming on, and we'll probably get you guys back on periodically just to check in with you guys. So thank you for sharing your stories, and we've got to move on with the show, Dewey. But if you just wanted to make a brief final comment, and we'll let you guys go.
So I guess to conclude, I want everybody to know that screen time is not the solution for your children. Get them outside, get them active. Let them do other things, teach them real life lessons. Teach them how to do dishes, things like that. Learning. Every moment is a teaching moment. And if we can take advantage of this lockdown, one-to-one, with your child is the opportunity. This is your opportunity to make the difference in their life. And since we as centers can't be there to educate them, it's up to you guys. And every day that passes by, that child is missing out. Yeah. So please, parents, take the initiative. It's hard work, but it's gonna pay off.
Right. It's hard work, especially if your parents are working.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just near impossible.
Yeah.
I'm away from my 6 kids right now.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you, guys. Stay safe.
Thank you, Joe.
Stay safe. Thanks, Joe.
Okay, let's wash your hands. Guys, we're going to close out the show here with some help from our friends at Bantai. As we have this new segment, Bree.
Yeah, Curbside to Crib. And so we're just kind of featuring different businesses. And it doesn't just have to be food, but we're so thankful that Jen reached out. And so, yeah, it's Curbside to Crib, just featuring different businesses that do curbside pickup. And for you, what did I just say? You pick it up and then you take it home.
Right on. And so I think we're going to bring Jen on now, and then we got a little video, or are we doing a little video, and then we bring in Jen on?
No. We're just going to be speaking.
Okay, we're going to play the video. Okay.
No, with Jen.
Okay, let's bring on Jen then. Okay, fine. Bring it on Jen.
Yes, bring on Jen. Hi,
Good
Jen.
Good morning, Jen.
Can you hear us, Jen?
Hey. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Okay,
and she's coming to us. I want to say it's from Bantai. I recognize the turquoise. Hi, Jen. Yes, you're on.
Oh, there you are. All right.
Okay, you can see me now?
I see you now. Yes. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm sitting here at the Bantai's beautiful patio.
And we
have a nice thing to have.
Right. Yeah.
Right now.
You guys are ready to rock. So let's just start there. Are you guys opening up for outdoor dining at noon, Jen?
Yeah, we'll be opening up tonight for outdoor dining. So it'll be a nice option for some of us to go outside and enjoy the fresh air.
Right.
It's nice to breathe without the mask, So
Nice. And Jen, so I know we did a segment with the Thai style soup cart. I want to say before the pandemic, I loved it then, and I love that you can still get it now. So let's just go ahead and get into that here. As we've got a bunch of soups in the studio with all the fixings, which I thought was really cool, because that's what I love most about when we did that soup cart segment. It was there's 20 million different things you could put in your soup, and of course I put them all in.
Yeah. So so every Thursday and Saturday we have the really popular Thai noodle soup cart. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really popular when we had dine-in, and so we decided to bring it back. And that broth is so delicious and savory. And then it's served with this array of toppings, and of course the noodles, and then your choice of either the chicken or pork, or a combination.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just have you have a little fun too when you bring it home. It's sampled with all make it custom to you, what you want, right? And that noodle soup is available just for $9.95. You know, so it's a really good deal. It's something that's really warm and savory and filling. And I've actually a side story. I've actually been with Lek out in Thailand, in Bangkok, and we've visited some of the actual soup carts there. And I can verify that I actually think Lex is better. Bantais is better than some of the stuff that I've tried in Bangkok, which is like really a testament to the authenticity and the flavor that she really commits to when she brings dishes here.
Right.
And then on other days, on Wednesdays and Sundays, we're actually featuring a different type of soup, which is cow soy. So if you see it in front of you, it's more of a rich and thick, creamy broth. It's kind of, to me, a cross between a curry and a soup. So it's a bit rich, and it's part of a dish that's famous in northern Thailand. And this one comes as a chicken dish, and then it comes with the noodles, and then you have some really nice, delicious pickled things in there, chili, lemon, onion, cilantro, of course. And that's also a really, really nice one to have. So it's nice that you have these special days something to look forward to in a time when things can be a little bit mundane, you know, day to day. This is a little bit exciting and interesting.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely uncertain time, but there's things that are certain, and the Bantai soup cart is definitely one of them.
And it smells so good in here. Oh my goodness, I'm hungry.
And the nice part is if you get it at home, you know, you have the things that are separated, so you can warm up the broth, you know, to make it you know, obviously better. You want it to be piping hot, and then you can just put in all of the different ingredients and make it at home. Make it delicious.
All right, Jen.
Okay, Jen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to play this little video here, and then we're going to end the show and stuff our faces.
Yeah, is it actually okay to, I didn't have any audio on the video. Is it all right to talk over and
Let's play it right now. Yeah,
how you're
sure. That's
experiencing
fine.
it?
Yeah.
So again, as Bantai, they have their soup cart. Do we have the video up yet? Okay, so I think, Jen, can you see the video?
There's going to be a delay.
Okay. And so, yeah.
I have your KUAM on Facebook on the other screen. So.
Okay. And so if you could just explain what's on the video. This is just how to put the soup together, right? It's kind of far for me.
Yeah, it kind of goes through. So you'll have the.
You have all the different ingredients because we have the ingredients here in the studio.
The noodles, of course, to go in first.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can put the protein. So I don't know if you're looking at the Thai noodle soup or the cow soy, but you can put the protein in and then all of the different ingredients. For me, on the cow soy side, I kind of just like to put everything in there.
Yeah.
And then just kind of go for it. But,
I think that's the cow
choose,
soy.
You know, if you want it spicier, yeah, the cow soy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want, you can also even break the chili and put that in there, and that'll kick it up a notch.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have like the crunchy stuff, and then if you want to put some herbs and other things like that, you can.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I recommend on the cow soy is once it's in, you should actually like mix it all together so it's nice and incorporated, and then dive in. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Jen, for joining us for Curbside to Crib. Any final comments?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just want to let everybody know that the Bantai is open every day except Tuesday, 11 to 2 for lunch, and then at night, 4:30 to 8 p.m. And because we're starting to open up patio dining tonight, then we'll close on Fridays and Saturdays at 9 p.m. And they can call or order online or delivery with Grab and Grub. So we hope to see people at the curb or on the patio.
All right.
Thank you, Jen.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Make it quick. The soup's getting cold.
Oh, no. Please don't forget to watch One Micronesia. The podcast is tonight. Airing on KUAM TV8 at 6:30 p.m. We have a great partnership with Thrive that sponsors Vic's One Micronesia podcast. So we wish we could have Vic on today.
but I believe we ran out of time. But again, that podcast, One Micronesia, it'll be posted on our Facebook page and will air tonight at 6:30. Yes.
And well, actually, we're just gonna play this clip going out of the show. It's the latest, and it's a sneak peek of the latest episode of the One Micronesia podcast, where Victorious Falan of the OMP sits down with Gumat Mommy. And so we're gonna leave you guys with this. Remember, we can sit here all day and try and dissect the decisions that were made, the logic behind the data and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's really on us to do what we have to do to keep not just ourselves, but our friends and our families and our loved ones safe by doing the things that we've been doing. Okay?
Yeah, we can't let our guard down. Everybody, please, wear your mask, practice social distancing, stay home. If you need to go out, obviously to get necessities, yes, of course, do that. If you're going to order food, curbside and pick it up curbside, go to the crib. If you're going to buy clothes or whatever, just do what you need to do to stay safe and keep your family safe.
Right on, and get some exercise.
Just outside.
Yeah. Good job, Sabrina. Good job, Joe, sir. Jason Solis, Kengineer, Master Control. Remember, we got your 6 with our KUM News Primetime.
And again, here is the One Micronesia sponsored by Thrive.
All right. Have a good weekend, guys. Wash your hands, wear your mask, and I'll see you at the tattoo shop. My name's Chris. Hasta adios.
Bye.
Like I opened up with, it's just nation. Like I opened up with, it's just a perfect way to get to know the organization. So let's start with a little history of Gumat Mommy, how it all started, when did it all start, and what's it all about?
So Gumat Mommy started actually 39 years ago, and it started by some concerned community members, some professionals within the disability field. At that time, there was a need to address the services for individuals with disabilities.
Now, why do you think diversity is important to the program, Gumat Mommy?
Having a diverse community within the organization allows all of us to learn from each other, learn more about ourselves, and it improves our ability to serve those who are also the same in different ways, or it helps us to appreciate the differences that we have with those we serve and those we work with across the board. That just it adds value.
Now, how does the organization celebrate diversity and ensure inclusion?
That's a wonderful question, because I tell you, before I was actually, before this podcast, I was actually having a conversation with Sam, because this is a topic that's very passionate and very dear to me, right? Because to celebrate diversity means, it to me personally, is to celebrate a way of life, people. It's to celebrate, it's not just about culture, but it's to celebrate what people believe and what people value as human beings. Some of us may not agree with certain things and way things are done, and some of us may have a different way of living. And it's really about finding that kind of common ground that we need to celebrate, right? It's a celebration. And for me, I think Gumat Mommy celebrates diversity every day. Seriously, from our management staff to all our direct care workers, and I'm going to call them, because they are essential workers, right? One of the things that we always do as a part of the interview process is seeing, are we a diverse organization? Do we have enough people in our organization that promotes different cultures, different backgrounds? And I'm proud to say that we do, that we have people working within our organization that are Chamorros, we have Filipinos, we have Yapis, we have, different people, from different cultures. And for me, that's really the beauty about celebration and celebrating diversity, is that we have people that we can learn from, right? I mean, we've had many different kinds of activities where we've celebrated diversity. And one of the most recent ones that we did several months back, last year was called the Do You See Me Project.
My next question is going to talk about challenges. Now, what were some of the challenges that you guys faced in regards to inclusion when it came to, members of the FAS community that are on your program?
We have individuals may not be able to qualify for services in the community, and that poses a lot of difficulties, right? They may not be eligible for medical insurance. They may not be eligible for housing assistance.
So what does this phrase "One Micronesia" mean to you guys? Now let's start with what does it mean to Gumamami?
I was sharing with my coworkers that one of the things that we try to do is to promote the idea that yes, we may come from different cultures in terms of Chamorro culture or Yapis or Palawan or Chukis and others, but in our here on Guam, we're from one region. We're from one Micronesia.